excellent workers, but part of the problem is that in the NHS, the ones that are trying to do it themselves are given the same level of skill. It's I would not say they're controversial.
No, I think I'd agree.
Sorry?
At least you know the microphone's working.
I know.
I'm going to talk about someone Gordon Brown. But we still take it 20 minutes then?
Yeah, we'll make it time. And
I think the ones are okay.
so I think we're not using that for some reason. I don't quite understand why. No, I think we'll need to confirm exactly what we do. So do we sit here and talk normally, or is the podium working now?
We'll need to use that mic at the podium.
Okay.
So one of us can move the mic if that's what's needed. Yeah.
Okay. Would you prefer to be at the podium?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. No. Of course. Yeah.
Is that okay? So I'd say, not too far to see, man.
So we can just use this.
You end up there.
But they're going to move to the podium. So yeah, they can. Bearing with us with the technical issues. So as well as everybody who's here in the room, and welcome, it's lovely to see you all. We are also streaming live. It's a hybrid meeting so that folk who couldn't be here in person for whatever reason can also take part. And that's the reason why it's just a tiny bit more complicated than if we were here in the room speaking with you. My name's Tom Russ. I rejoice in the title of Network Champion of the NDN. And I'd like to extend the welcome to everybody who's here. I've got a few notices before I hand over to Henry, our first keynote speaker. The first is that there aren't any fires expected, and there are no fire alarm tests planned. So if there's an alarm, it's the real thing. The fire exits are clearly marked, so please make your way in a calm and orderly fashion to them if that happens. It's also worth highlighting that of course, the UK is in a period of national mourning for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We have been advised by the Scottish Government that they're happy for us to continue with the conference, and we're very grateful to that guidance to them. They have requested that we comply with their policy of no use of social media during the period of mourning. So we're not going to be tweeting or anything like that. I don't even know how to tweet, to be quite honest. But we'd ask you to do the same. So essentially settle back and imagine we're back in the 1990s, and it will all be fine. The next point is said we're going to run to time, so we've already failed on that point. But we are going to try and stick as closely. We will make up the time without eating into anybody's allocated time, and also not eating into the break time, hopefully. So we are going to try to be as strict as we can with the timings, and Maria on the front row is going to be the designated timekeeper who will be keeping the speakers in line, but also keeping all of us delegates in line to come back when the time is right. There's lots going on today. There are events happening in the hall. Research is happening today that you can take part in. The details are in your packs, but there's 3 things we'd really appreciate you engaging with. You can visit Donica and Leslie to have your walking speed measured. Donica has his hand up there. This is because Donica's particular research interest is in walking speed as a potential very early sign of the onset of dementia. Elina Kelbing, a PhD student from the University of Glasgow, is exploring extended activities of daily living. She's at the back, and we'd be very grateful if you would help with her project as well. And you'll hear more about our Confident Conversations collaboration with Alzheimer's Scotland, but we're currently consulting on our training materials for all of the Alzheimer's Scotland staff to teach them to have confident conversations about research. We've got copies of them here. There's also a QR code that you can zap with a smartphone to look at them. We'd really appreciate any comments that you have about them. Finally, we're not entirely certain if we have a care tree with us, but we do still want to collect the information that we were hoping to collect on the care tree, which was the first word that you associate with research. So you've got little post-it notes and pens in your packs, so if at some point today you could just scribble down the first word that you associate with research and hand it to the staff on the NDN stall, we are going to collect them all together, and at the end of the day there should be a word cloud that appears with everybody's ideas about what research means to them. Which reminds me that there are posters, so please look at the posters in the breaks, and there are also stalls from allied organisations in 2 rooms at the far end of the coffee room, so please explore those as well. We're hoping there'll be time for questions at the end of sessions, but given the late start we may be a bit pressed for that, but there's various ways that you can ask questions. Have we got the Slido QR code? We're using something incredibly technological called Slido, which if you've got a smartphone you can zap that QR code and it'll take you to our designated thingamabob, and you can, I'm assured, type in questions which we can then see. I know, it's amazing, and we will try to answer them. If you can't or don't want to use a smartphone, again you've got your little post-it notes and pens in your pack, so if you hand them to any one of the NDN staff, and we're wearing this rather fetching shade of lime green lanyard, we'll endeavour to put the questions to the right person, share them if there's time today, but if not, we will follow up in due course. It might take us a few weeks, but we will email the answers to all the questions that are asked today to all the delegates. The final thing to say is feedback is so important to us. Clearly, post-COVID, this is only our 2nd conference. We are learning to do things again. We're learning how to do things better. We introduced the hybrid thing last time to help it be more inclusive and accessible, but we want to do this better, and I can confidently say I don't think we've done it perfectly today. So tell us how we can do it better next time. So please give us feedback. There's again things in your packs that can enable you to do that. But that's enough from me, because I'm really excited and delighted that our first keynote speaker today is Henry Simmons. Henry is the Chief Exec of Scotland's leading dementia charity, Alzheimer's Scotland, and a great friend of the network. Those of you who know Henry will know the influence that he has had over dementia in Scotland in recent decades. I think Alzheimer's Scotland's role has particularly shone in the last few years. It's always been an organisation that I have enormously high regard for, but particularly in the course of the last few years with COVID, the stops that have been pulled out to support people with dementia by Alzheimer's Scotland is really, really remarkable. And I am delighted to welcome Henry to speak today, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what he has to say. So thank you for joining us, Henry.
Thank you so much for the very kind words, and I'm really so pleased to have been invited by Emma to come and give this short presentation. It is truly an honour and a privilege for me to be here in front of such an audience such as yourselves, and I often feel that perhaps some of what I would say I'm talking to the converted already, but it's nice, I think, to get that out there, and hopefully we can continue to work together and spread the word about the empowering and transformation that we have to get through in terms of dementia research. So colleagues, just to start off with, as Tom said, I'm Chief Executive of Alzheimer's Scotland, and it's been a great privilege for me to have had this role for a number of years, and I think that we have come through quite a substantial level of transformation in Scotland in terms of policy and practice. Sad to say, the reality on the ground hasn't quite changed as quickly as we would hope, so there is a lot to be done. And Alzheimer's Scotland's key roles are primarily in terms of two fundamental areas. One is campaigning, influencing, providing policy reports and guidance that hopefully can transform the system and improve the lives of everyone living with dementia, including carers and families. And we do a lot of that through the active participation of those with lived experience. And you'll hear from colleagues today from NDCAN, the National Dementia Carers Action Network, about the role carers play within that. And the second thing is to provide as much support as we possibly can directly to people. And that covers our 24-hour helplines, our dementia resource centres, our linked workers, and our ongoing community support activities. So across Scotland, every day we were supporting a few hundreds, if not thousands of people in that context. So we do have some sense of where people are at in terms of the discussions that are taking place with them about research and how research sits within the construct of the journey of people living with dementia. And I want to try and go through today some of the issues that we feel need to be tackled and need to be transformed if we are to achieve the potential of high quality dementia research in Scotland. Now I know the network deals with more than just dementia, and I think that some of the issues I'm sure will be relevant across the piece, but there will be some unique nature to the talk that I give that may be slightly different. So just to start off with, I think that one of the most important things that you as a research community give, let's go to this slide, is this sense of hope. I think research, it gives us a really clear view of what the future could be like. But it brings us this wonderful, really powerful essence of hope. And I think that we need and to introduce three main themes within that, which I think we call prevent, care and cure. And our goal really is to use a high level of research all the time. But you can't do that on your own. You can't reach every person who we should be having a conversation about research with on your own. And somewhere there is a flaw in the system and the process in terms of how we are engaging people in that discussion. And when we talk to people, what we hear are things like, well, there's not much point because there's not much research getting done. So I'm sure you all disagree with that, because many of you here are actively researching and looking to recruit people maybe we're doing that successful. The other things we hear is we don't have much time, and we don't have the time to focus on it. There's a perception, and it's a little bit like the perception that we've suffered for many years, that there's nothing much you can do about dementia, there's not really much point in doing much. There's nothing much, no one wants to really get a timely diagnosis. The negativity that's been around the construct of how we support with dementia is actually really challenged significantly, and I believe it's the same in terms of research. This concept, no one wants to sign up for research. That's not my experience. I've talked to hundreds of people living with dementia across all our resource centres all the time. People are desperately keen to engage in research. No one talks to me. It's not my job. This sense of I'm not that into research. I think every single professional engaged in our community is a duty to be into research. It's just been part and parcel of our way of life, our way of thinking. But we also know that when it comes to local spend, local investment, research, dementia research and funding is quite low down the priority. And it's been very difficult to get other priorities to see some significant investment. And there are a lot of other priorities that just comes out. And it's one of the reasons why organisations like Alzheimer's Scotland exist, is to give that ability to influence the voice and ensure the voice of people living experience, but ensure our cause and campaign that are actually being listened to and that people are taking seriously. Today, I don't think we've done enough perhaps to really up the level of pressure that we intend to change that. And colleagues, of course we have all this to reflection of probably, statements that have hit the media and the press in the past year or so. And what I think that does is it really confuses the public, it confuses individuals. It doesn't respect people who've got a diagnosis. It doesn't respect the issues that people are facing. And if you just I've started walking slowly when that was mentioned earlier. but there are other things in here that just beg a relief. And I'll say a wee bit more about it in a minute, but we deal with a lot of media, we deal with a lot of press organisations, and we know that the one thing that actually certain newspapers put dementia on the front page, and it's the demographic that reacts well to that. In fact, I remember very early on the day after the criminal Gaddafi had been sort of pounded, and he was on the front page one day, and the thing that put it off the next day was dementia. And at that point, it was over 10 years ago, and it's been affected the place for 10 years. So there's a problem with how and the way that we're engaging in the media and utilising research. And I think we've got to consider just simply why are we getting this so wrong. So I think that, as I mentioned already, that the idea of how we have this conversation and who has the conversation is something that we together are really working about. But also, I think that the few fundamental issues that we think that need to be explored. And I engage in a lot of discussion with this through my role as a member of the Joint Innovation Research Programme Board, and we deal a lot with the strategy of how we're going to recruit people into research. And we also have been able to engage with the UK government and talk to the Dementia Mission to think through their thoughts and their views on how we're going to engage people in research. And it seems to me that there's a fundamental issue about everyone thinks you can apply the same practices and the same engagement methods to other conditions such as cancer, to dementia. And everyone thinks that the route into this is actually, get the doctor, do the diagnosis, get the person has a conversation about research, and everything will be fine. And fundamentally, I think that that's
that's wrong. Because what that doesn't recognise and doesn't really understand is that when that doctor's facing that person, this is someone that's come through an incredibly traumatic process. They've seen someone who probably, is struggling to just understand everything that they're going through. And perhaps, it isn't the right time. But the policy is to say memory clinic, doctor, diagnosis, research. And I think that is unfair in the expectations of the doctor that's giving the diagnosis. But it's also trying to mirror other forms of illness and conditions, and it simply doesn't work. And we have to call that out and say, actually, we don't think this is the best way to take this forward. And I'll say a wee bit about how we want to try and tackle that as we move on, but let me just put that on the wall and say, inviting them to participate in research when they get the diagnosis. So we've moved from the memory clinic, the doctor doing to writing that letter and expecting that to become the way we recruit people into research. I just think that's flawed, and it doesn't necessarily reflect what people are going through. And the final point here is, I mentioned already, it sells newspapers. And I think that the newspapers benefit from that, sometimes the research service looking for extra funding benefits from that, but the people who don't benefit from that are the public and those that are living with dementia. And we've got to really try and challenge that. We've got to stop that. We've got to stop seeing a successful outcome as how many tweets you get and retweets you get over something. We've got to think much more about how we're engaging and encouraging people to participate in that. So our view right now is that this needs to stop. And I think that as a community, as a collective community together, both the research community, but the movement, the dementia community, the movement, we reclaim back the research agenda. And we need to put people front and centre of that from top to bottom. Now I know the network is a particularly good example of participation, and it's done that from the start, and I think the credit for that is crucially important. But we've all got a bigger part to play, and this is not just a Scottish issue. Taking things forward as we've done before. I think we need to recommit to this concept of the power of research in terms of hope, in terms of prevention, in terms of better care, and ultimately a cure. I think we need behind that vision. We all believe that. I firmly believe that's possible. And I genuinely believe that most importantly we've got to empower those who are living with the diagnosis and their care into the diagnosis. We need to be led by people with lived experience on the areas of research that they think are important. And that doesn't just mean the care side of it. I think we need to start to involve people with much greater depths of understanding in all of the areas, from the science all the way through to the care practices. And colleagues, I think we must really build a community that is absolutely 100% committed to the power of participation. And fundamentally, we need to use this opportunity coming forward, coming through the pandemic, looking at what research has achieved in other areas as a consequence of collaboration, as a consequence of COVID, to shift the balance. And that's why, colleagues, there's two big areas of work that we're involved in just now that we think will really start to shift that balance and want to test it. But one of the areas from Alzheimer's Scotland's perspective is that we've been fortunate, and we are fortunate, that people continue to support our work, they continue to donate to Alzheimer's Scotland, they continue to hope that we can support the research infrastructures as we have done. We're not the type of organisation that wants to spend £1 million in one research project. That isn't what we are about. What we want to try and do is spend and invest the resources we've got to create the right infrastructure in order to bring in hundreds of millions of pounds to Scotland. We want to work with our partners, and we've done that. I think we've been so lucky that we've had committed, highly skilled, highly talented researchers who have formed the Scottish Dementia Research Consortium, and Peter was the chair of that for several years here. And that type of collaboration, that type of infrastructure, that type of scaffolding is how I think we can make Scotland much more attractive. Behind that, JDR, the network, the recruitment, the registers, having people who are signed up, ready and prepared to participate in research. These are all the things that when we talk to industry that they want, and they're all the things that just now are not working. I'm sure you'll have seen the report that came out in the UK were commenting on, but something like only 60 people in England signed up to participate in drug trials. I think that's mind-blowingly bad, and you know, I think there's a risk that industry just walks away from a community that can engage people to a better level than that, and we would not want that. We want people to be participating in drug trials and studies in Scotland. I'm sure Tom will know the exact figures in Scotland, but irrespective of that at a UK level is just not acceptable. So what we want to do is create a new. Thank you. It's all right. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. We want to create a new approach. We want to turn it inside. So rather than just having people involved in a sort of research discussion or having people involved as participants in decision making, we're going to put together a small research fund. We're going to focus that around about MRes studentships. We're going to launch that in the next couple of months, and we'll have that on the ground and in situ for next year. But the most important thing that we're going to do here is we won't make the decisions. We're going to put the decisions about what research gets funded, what the priorities are, in the hands of our two really important groups. That's the Scottish Dementia Working Group and the National Dementia Carers Action Network. And we're going to shift the paradigm in this. So rather than them sitting as advisors to other academics and researchers who are making decisions, we're going to have them as the decision makers with academic advisors helping them. And I'm delighted to say that Professor Martin Rosser has agreed to support that. He's an ambassador of Alzheimer's Scotland, and Martin's going to guide people. This community is really important and really helpful. So we're going to try and see just how successful we can be in transforming this paradigm, shifting towards people making the decision and being in the driving seat. And then what we're going to do is we're going to try and work with the researchers to make sure that they themselves can actually be held more accountable to people with that experience. So as we go through that process, we transform it and we try and build from that. And hopefully if that's successful and that works, we will continue to see extra resources, extra support, extra donations coming in to support the work that Alzheimer's Scotland can do to continue to invest in research. Now, it's difficult times that we're in just now. I think that there's no doubt that there's a cost of living pressure that is going to affect us, but we've got enough resources to get this started and we'll aim to continue to build that. Now, just to return to my final slide and my final point is this, Tom will probably talk more about it later on, but I'm so grateful to Tom and Emma in particular for really supporting this ambition that we've jointly have to make sure that we can develop a network of individually skilled, confident practitioners who can have a conversation with people either newly diagnosed with living with dementia or research participation. So the fundamental principle of my view in this is that it's not the time that you have the point of contact in terms, it's not the time where you focus policy around, it should be the relationship. And it's the person with the best relationship that understands where the person is at in their time living with dementia or receiving a diagnosis that should have the conversation about research. And that's where we failed. We don't have people feeling confident and engaged and empowered to have that conversation. Now, I firmly believe, if you take it for example, we've got 110 link workers throughout Scotland dealing with several thousand people at that point of diagnosis. And they've got a minimum of 1 year to support people through that post-diagnostic work. There's no other country in the world has that. No other country in the world. So I'm control time's up. I'll just finish in a minute. But there's no other country that's got that level of investment in post-diagnosis support. We have a fantastic platform to use that as a research, informed, and hopefully recruitment basis. And to do that, we've got to get our staff and all the professionals involved skilled up to engage. Now that's getting received really well at Scotland level and the UK level. And I'm really confident that the programme that Tom, Emma, Neil and the team involved in We'll deliver it at a skilled and enhanced level in terms of the promoting excellence framework. And from that, we can see what happens across next year. I want to see JDR's number flying through the roof in Scotland. I want to see participation flying through the roof, and I bet you will achieve that. And when we achieve that, we'll make Scotland the place to come to get research funding and investment. And together, hopefully we'll sit here in a year or two thinking that was a good move, and it helped us in the participation, empowerment and research driving forward. And the pace it should be based on the skills of you guys in this community has got, because we deserve to be at the front leading the world on this, and let's make sure we do. Thank you very much, Colin.
Thank you very much, Henry. I was just saying, I think probably we don't have time to field any questions from Henry, but let me say on behalf of you all, thank you so much. That was wonderful, Henry. It's great to hear what's going on, but it feels even better that the network's part of it, and we're really proud of this collaboration and looking forward to yes, it hopefully being a benefit to absolutely everybody, and potentially further afield than just Scotland and stuff. So thank you for joining us again. Pleasure. Thank you. So the format for much of the rest of the day is that we have individual sessions focused on the different disease areas that the network has in its portfolio, and we have a trio of people for each of these disease areas. A person with lived experience in the condition, a representative from the relevant charity, and also a researcher working in that area. And the distinction is perhaps a little blurred, and I think that's no bad thing. So I wonder if I could invite the first trio to come up to the front, and we'll get started. It's worth saying, obviously, we are using the podium now. If anybody for any reason would prefer to speak sitting down, then please let us know, and we'll facilitate that somehow. Great. So before coffee, we have our multiple sclerosis trio, and then following that, the Huntington's disease trio. So I'll introduce everybody by name. There's a more detailed biography in your pack, which will give you more information. But firstly, I'd like to introduce Abhishek Bale, Morna Simpkins, and Javier Carrad-Artal. I'm aware that the order we've got people in the program might not be the order that you're planning to speak, so please feel free to if you've planned to speak in a different order, do so. Otherwise, we'll go in the order you've gone with. Lovely. Oh, perfect. So Abhishek's going first, and perhaps you could just follow on from each other afterwards.
So hello everyone, my name is Abhishek Baird, and I firstly would like to thank Tom and the team to invite me here speaking about MS and my lived experiences. I'm 43 years old. I live in Edinburgh. I live with my wife and 2 kids, and I have been with MS for the last 22 years. The first 20 years of my life have been very good, and if you read the speaker briefing, you'll see tiger conservation and stuff. It's quite nice and entertaining to read something different from this audience. But I'm not going to speak about tiger conservation. I'm not going to speak about them. I'm going to speak about MS, and I'm going to make it nice and entertaining for my 10 minutes that I have. So today's talk, I didn't want to have a presentation. I just wanted to talk basically. So I scribbled down a few things last night. I'm going to talk about challenges which I face. I'm going to talk about the importance of research and the hope which Henry really spoke about. That is really, really important So how did all this start? 20 years back, I go back. Wake up one morning, my left side arm is weak. It's got tingling numbness, or I just feel I've got a dead elbow, slept on it, it's fine, forget about it. Young, I was not bothered. Coordination was bad. I love playing cricket, partly because I'm Indian, sadly. So I love the game. So I used to play, and the coordination wasn't there between the ball and, so I couldn't basically coordinate myself to there. That was basically what it was. And people around me didn't believe that there was something wrong. And I didn't believe either. It's 21-year-old, who cares? I've got the world around me, I've got to party, I've got to do a lot of stuff. And then you just carried on. I carried on with life. I went and got myself checked, and the doctors basically said that, just ignore it. It was in India, so I don't actually have much of respect or hope with medicine out there, put it that way, because all of them are partly here, doing good jobs here. So the next, I just carried on with life. I did my MSc in wildlife conservation. I was heading a tiger program in India, and behind all this, MS was still there. I may have had episodes in between. I just ignored it. I carried on with life. But in 2007, I was in India in a tiger reserve, and I was doing some research work there, and I had optic neuritis. That's what basically I said. I did see the color red, as researchers would know. So I thought it was really funny how it was. But I carried on with life. I was treated with steroids. People suspected in India that it was MS. I did not know about MS. I was just carrying on with life. I kept on doing tiger conservation all there. And disability in India is a very hidden topic. People don't want to talk about it. It's not something that you get to the boardroom and you start chatting about inclusions and accessibilities and all that. So it's basically a no topic to talk about. And I wanted to live my life, so I carried on. But when I came to the UK in 2009, I had my first episode in the UK, and funnily enough, playing cricket again. Again, it was basically, I was in the field, I was batting, and I started getting this tingling numbness on my elbow. I went to the GP, and the GP basically, I did not have a good experience with my GP at that point. It's changed now, she's not there anymore. But she kept me for about 8 odd months not to, consult me to a specialist. I carried on, and it was because it was relapsing remitting. I became a little bit better, in terms of my thing. But I was finally seen in the Western General and was told that I had multiple sclerosis. And the breaking bad news is something which, as a patient, is something that I really take on board. And I would like to thank Dr. Sivank Paul, who basically diagnosed me with multiple sclerosis in 2010. That was just amazing, what he just said. The way he broke it to me was amazing. It's a bad news, but breaking it in a nice way. And you give hope to a patient to carry on life now differently is something which I will always remember. There was fear, there was uncertainty to the future. I did not know. I'm waiting for the next relapse. I just don't know what thing. But the most important thing was the team that was around in the UK, and that is so important for any patient. And that is something which, we talk about hope, we talk about research and hope and stuff, but the team itself is so important to carry on with you on every step. And that's what I got. The second point was Dr. Murray came, and she was just amazing. She gave me the trust and support with the MS nurses to carry on a not so great life that I had in tiger conservation, where I was physically quite active. But but now I'm not. So I had to work around things, do things differently. And sadly in 2013, so 2009 was my first episode in the UK, 2013 was I had a really bad episode. I couldn't walk for 6 months. I was bedridden. I was housebound. I couldn't walk, leave the house. I used to shuffle down bum through the stairs. For the 3rd floor I used to stay because I had to go and be the GP. So I shuffled down, the taxi was waiting down. I shuffled, I took my time, and then he basically helped me to sit in the car, and then I went to the GP. So that was the experiences that I had, the challenges that I had. It was horrible. Then the treatment was, the consultant told me the treatment, and the treatment at that point was beautiful. I have fear for needles. So they said, oh, you're going to be on beta-ferron Extivia. Come on, you're going to have that every 2nd day for your life. So I said, no, that's not right. I'm not going to have that. So you've got to have that. So I carried on. But what I did was I watched people taking injections on YouTube. You know, there's loads of videos on YouTube. And it was just amazing. It's funny to say it, but it was very encouraging to live a life where I'm watching other people take, you know, intramuscular or subcutaneous injections, and they're taking a video recording. They have about 1.2 million hits now on their videos, you know, multimillionaires, I would presume now. But I watched that and it gave me hope that, you know, actually I can overcome this thing. And we had an auto injector as well to hide the syringe. Didn't work, but I carried on for 5 years with Extivia. The 3rd point which I want to stress out here is the MS community and how important that was at this point. Partly me being Asian, well, Indian, more Asian. And the Asian community, we don't talk about disability, as I said. It's just a no-no. You know, you go to anyone, today my taxi guy was from Bangladesh or from Pakistan, and I spoke to him in Hindi, and I said, you know, I've got MS, and he said, what is that? So then I had to explain to him. So I was becoming an advocate in the taxi, trying to explain to him about a neuro symptom. But it's a taboo, you know, in the Asian community, talk about MS and disability. So what I did was I decided to live life and tell people about living with MS. Because I had to do something. I had to keep myself running. I can't go back to tiger conservation. You know, fatigue will kill me. So I had to do something to use. So I used my disability to start working. So I started off with this thing called traveling with MS. I wanted to travel the world with multiple sclerosis. So I did that for about 4 years, 5 years, 4 years or so. In that, I became an ambassador for my own things that I used to do. I used to travel to tiger parks. I used to do a lot of stuff, but I used to do it in a disabled point of view, not from a very, you know, so-called healthy person, which I used to be. The best part about it was that I had people get inspired with the way I traveled, and they were people with MS, and that was amazing. Meaning I had a lady who sent me a contact from Canada, and she said, you know, I've just traveled to Southeast Asia. I went to, you know, the Mekong River area, and I went to Vietnam, Cambodia, and I went with a daughter, and I had MS. But then I kept on seeing your blog and your thing, and I kept on, you know, doing things, tips that you gave. You know, it was amazing. So I carried on. Okay, sorry. So just to conclude right at the end, I now basically am a carer full-time for my daughter. My daughter also has a medical condition. It's extremely rare, 1 in a million neuro condition. And I look after my daughter. And nothing I can take for granted in terms of, because I see what she is undergoing. I'm so lucky to have MS. I put that to the audience. I normally wouldn't say that, but I'm saying it now. Because I don't have that condition which my daughter has. You know, she doesn't have any help. She is like 10 years where they've actually found the gene. It was 10 years back. So, and I'm so lucky that we have research around us that can actually help me to carry on supporting my daughter, which I really would like to thank you all for that. So yeah, so at the end, I said, just conclude basically that hope as was mentioned by Henry, that hope in research is best for the future, and it'll help me more to look after my daughter. So thank you very much for this.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very, very much for inviting me here. And it's a hard act to follow Abhishek sharing his lived experience. I'm Morna Simpkins. I'm the Scotland Director for the MS Society, and I also lead our co-production and involvement work across the UK. Lovely to be here today, and of course in Edinburgh we have a well-known centre for MS research that of course collaborates with many of my other colleagues who I see today, including Parkinson's and obviously Alzheimer's, so lovely to be here. The outcome of any research, and I am probably, like Henry said, preaching to the converted here, the outcome of research is absolutely that hope for everyone who is affected by MS. Scotland has the highest prevalence of MS. There's 15,000 people, or over 15,000 people affected, and as you may know, we support people with MS until ultimately we can find a cure. And it's not only about the drugs, the treatments, and we're very lucky that we have something like 16 disease-modifying therapies in Scotland, and had a good win this week where Sativex was approved for use with MS. It's also about the symptom management and that improved diagnosis. And you may have read we are just on the cusp of a way to announce our test sites for our first-of-a-kind multi-arm, multi-stage rolling adaptive clinical trial, which we have aptly named Octopus. So co-production and involvement. Co-production is a funny word. People either like it or hate it or whatever, but for me it's about involvement, and that's that thread that is running all the way through our organisation. I'm going to touch a little bit on what we do, but trying to focus particularly on our research. Next slide. So we are here, and the three pillars of our work, very similar to our speakers earlier, the three pillars of our work are hope, help and voice. Hope being the research that we do. We're the biggest UK research funder into MS, and that is the hope for everyone in the MS community. We're also here very much to help the MS community and everyone affected by MS, and I'm not going to go through this, but just some information about the support we have. And the voice is the third pillar, which is completely an important part of our work, to campaign for a fairer welfare system, to campaign for care and treatment to be available where people need it, no matter where they live in the UK and obviously in Scotland. And we are absolutely here to support everyone affected by MS at every stage of their journey. Next slide. This is what we use within our own organisation, and you've probably seen it elsewhere. Ladder of co-production, it's used by Nesta, another organisation, and it is the model that we base all of our work upon. Whilst co-production and co-design are our absolute gold standard, we fully recognise that throughout our work and throughout that involvement right across the organisation, we cannot always get to that level. But I think it's just important to set expectations when you start something, whether that's a service or research or a campaign. I've been with the organisation since 2015. Sorry, next slide. Since 2015, and we've made huge step forwards. Co-production for me is central to all my life and my work in the charity sector, and as Abhishek shared, that lived experience is so important. So we went from really not doing much in terms of involvement or co-production in the organisation, and we're probably trying to retrofit some of our work back. So we started on a journey and looked at what we were doing, didn't have any diversity in the voices of those affected by MS, and we actually as an organisation started to invest in the process, and we have now dedicated resources around co-production and involvement, and also in public involvement with our research network, which I'll talk about in a moment. And then, going, next two slides, sorry. and again, and again. Thank you. So as we've got to sort of 2022, our reach has increased immensely. We have lived experience and co-production at all parts of the MS Society. And, you know, it's embedded into our induction for staff, it's embedded into our core competencies, and the training on co-production and involvement is a mandatory component for all staff who start with us and all staff who are with us. And whilst it's not been about the reach or the money or anything else, it has been quite significant in the traction we've been able to gain because we've got that involvement right at the heart of the organisation. So obviously we're here, next slide please, all here to talk about research, and our research network is a hugely important part of our work. Our research is absolutely defined by the MS community, and as my colleague said, they're absolutely in the driving seat. And this just gives you some examples of where people can be involved within our research network in different projects and different aspects of the research process. We have a group of people, approximately 350 people affected by MS, so that can be carers, family, friends, professionals who help shape our research programme. There's opportunity to review all our research applications, they're all put through our panel, to meet researchers, to talk about work or collaboration, to take part in research or research panels, or indeed steering groups or focus groups like we've had for our trial Octopus. And a fundamental part of that work for the research network is actually helping us to improve the way that we communicate our research out to the MS community. So they review presentations, leaflets, anything that we need. We also have a research network steering group with 6 members from that wider network who monitor and support the operation of the research network and actually give us advice on the strategic direction and development of that research, and they report straight into our Board of Trustees. Next slide, please. Another important aspect of our work is we have an Experts in MS professional network. It's a network for anyone who works with people affected by MS to discover, share, support and innovate together. All the information and the publications and the newsletter are all developed with and by professionals, so we have the best of knowledge there to support everyone who's working in that community. You can sign up via our website and you'll be included on all the lists and medical and research updates. So I just want to conclude saying, why does co-production and involvement of that lived experience mean so much to us? Well, from my point of view, there is only a resounding yes. Why would you not? It's not about the funding. It's not about the funding. It's about the services, the campaigns, and the research, and all of our work being designed and shaped by people affected by MS, because together we believe that we can stop MS. Thank you.
Hello, good morning to everybody. My name is Javier Otero Dartal. I'm consultant neurologist working in NHS Highlands. Thank you to NND and to Emma and to the whole team for this keen invitation to share with you my view about MS research and what we have been doing in the last 10 years in the Highlands. Next slide, please. So why we start with a research program in multiple sclerosis? First, because MS is the first cause of disability in younger people. And I think this is pretty relevant because the impact of MS from a societal perspective on an individual basis and other hidden implications like mood, cognition, mobility restriction is pretty relevant. And MS is highly prevalent in Northern Hemisphere, and we went in to understand what was the real problem in the Highlands. Next slide, please. So for this reason, we started initially with a set of epidemiological studies to understand the real incidence and prevalence of multiple sclerosis. And we wanted also to understand what we were doing at that time regarding early diagnosis, early treatment, because these were the opportunities to try to change or to modify the natural history of the disease. Next slide, please. So the Highlands is a quite geographical dispersed area. Also, we are basically based in Inverness. One of the things here in the Highlands is that we have a huge number of people living pretty far away from Skye to Thursday, and we wanted to check if there were any inequality of care or inequality in the access of care in multiple sclerosis also in our region. Next slide, please. So after thinking about this, first we wanted to understand the real implications of the prevalence, and then we started with a project to analyze the prevalence and incidence of MS there in order to clarify the real epidemiological problem in the Highlands. Next slide. So what we discovered is first a gender effect. So the incident cases of MS, almost 88% are women. So I think we are missing the gender effect in the research and the care also regarding MS. And you can see that this is affecting a younger population. So new naive patients are usually diagnosed at age 14. However, you can see that the prevalent cases are on average 54, so they are elderly. And still there is a gender effect that we are always forgetting, as 75% of prevalent cases were also women. Next slide. However, you take a look here in detail when we analyze all the stratification data. In particular, in women cases between the age 40 to 70, you can see that the crude prevalence is even 700 cases per 100,000 inhabitants. So this is a massive impact, huge numbers in the group of young women affected by multiple sclerosis. So these were the numbers, and then we decided to switch from numbers to people with MS. How to manage this? I'm a clinician. So I'm in favor of applied research. So I like molecular biology, but I'm a clinician, so I need to focus in the care of these patients. Next slide, please. So for that reason, we started to think how to improve the care, and we started to analyze the time between diagnosis and the time in which we are starting to offer appropriate care and appropriate disease-modified therapies for these patients. And I think one important message here is time matters in multiple sclerosis. We know this in stroke, in acute stroke, and many people argue that time matters in acute stroke has been probably the philosophical approach to develop fibrinolytic treatment in acute stroke. However, for me, MS is acute MS. And we are missing opportunities in order to start with highly diseased therapies from the early beginning. Next slide, please. So here, this is one of the analysis of the project. So we are missing opportunities here. The mean time from diagnosis, from symptom onset to MS diagnosis is around 40 months. So this is a big problem, the delay in the diagnosis. And the mean time between symptom onset and the assessment by any neurologist is 28 months. So this is a big delay. This is a big opportunity that we have to reduce this time in order to do things better. Next slide, please. So, and there are other important questions here. At the time of these studies, we realized that there were not so many people taking disease-modified therapies. We can understand some concerns in people with mild MS or in people planning pregnancy in order not to take disease-modified therapies. But still, the lack of awareness about the prognosis was also another important factor regarding the making decision process, and the lack of access to proper information to make decisions about the best therapies that we could offer to people with MS. Next slide. So, and this is also a part of our Highlands story, but this is part of a whole picture with this Scotland and the data that we have from the MS registry, also showing the high incidence of MS across the whole Scotland. Next slide. So, and this, how this relate to our practice, what we did with this information. So it has not been very easy in these last 10 years, but what we decide is to implement highly active MS clinics, joint clinics with MS nurses. We develop infusion suite capacity to offer highly active biological therapies for early naive patients. And then we start to develop the MS Research Center, the MS Clinical Trial Facility Unit as a part of the project to try to help people with MS. Next slide. And this is important because there is one concept that we want to explain with this therapeutic inertia, which is unfortunately quite common. And this has been defined as the lack of treatment initiation or escalation when there is evidence of disease activity, right? And unfortunately, many people don't realize that if we are coming late to diagnosis, we should not come late to start early these patients, because we can modify disease progression, we can prevent disability progression there. And for this reason, this has implications regarding the reformulation of the clinical work that we were doing. Next slide. And so, what are the unmet needs when developing clinical research or clinical trials in multiple sclerosis? The first thing is, unfortunately, we don't have yet effective therapies to prevent disability progression. We don't have therapies regarding remyelinization there. We still need more effective therapies, safer therapies in relapsing multiple sclerosis in order to avoid disability progression. Now we prefer to use the concept of NIDA, no evidence of disease activity, with this a better understanding of the whole picture of multiple sclerosis. And we need better biomarkers in order to predict how will be the progression of the disease. Next slide. So for this reason, we were involved in both clinical trials and real-world evidence study. Both are necessary. There is no competence between these. Clinical trials are important for analysis of efficacy, but real world is what we are seeing. People quite complex, heterogeneous groups, and we can discover safety issues with many highly active biological therapies, and this we can be analyzed only years after treatments. Next slide. So for the reason, in the MS clinical trial through this year, we started to participate in clinical trials and in observational studies with biological therapies. This is a list of them. Next slide. However, COVID came here and COVID pandemic is here, right? So I think the message here is the completely disaster on MS research during the COVID pandemic, as many clinical trials were canceled or postponed. Many research nurses were deployed to the either COVID trials or COVID wars. But this is not history. We are now in the post-COVID situation in which, unfortunately, we have limited access to MRI scanners, limited access, because the priority is the waiting list for NHS perspective, and the research in multiple sclerosis is giving a slip down, right? So this is an important consideration that we need to change here. Next slide. And of course, in addition to this, academic studies are not academic. We need to reevaluate the role of biomarkers and also the role of the therapies for symptomatic treatment that we are doing, because still we don't understand if the classical therapies that we are doing are effective or not. Next slide. So just to summarize, there are some big unmet needs in research. We have been forgetting the treatment of chronic symptoms in multiple sclerosis, as you can see on the left side. The gender effect is pretty relevant too. The lack of proper remyelinization agents, in particular in spinal cord lesions or optic nerve, is pretty important. And we don't understand well if there will be any role for combination therapies plus neuroprotective therapies here. So there are big unmet needs in research, and for this reason, research in multiple sclerosis, in my view, cannot be forgotten. Next slide. So in conclusion, I think we need to put everything into the context. People with MS are living longer. There is increased prevalence in multiple sclerosis. People with MS are having chronic symptoms that we are not focusing adequately. And for this reason, from a clinician point of view, we need to develop specific MS services in order to offer care about this. And in parallel, we need to develop and to be engaged in clinical research programs for people for MS thinking in the long term. Many thanks.
So whilst I'm saying a couple of words, I wonder if I could ask the next trio of speakers to make their way to the front, please. But please join me in thanking our first trio of speakers about multiple sclerosis for 3 very interesting and complementary talks. Thank you. So apologies for the slightly breathless turnaround. On reflection, we should have probably put in a little bit of time for the changeover, but we didn't think about that when we were putting the programme together. So our next trio of speakers are going to talk about Huntington's disease, and I have a feeling you're in a different order to...
I'm going to go first.
Perfect. Yes, of course, you can speak in whatever order you like, absolutely. Wonderful. Well, and who's second, just so I introduce you? Are you going in? Perfect. Okay, lovely. Great. So I'm really pleased to welcome our second trio of speakers to speak about Huntington's disease. We have Louise McCabe, Pete Foley, and then Gillian McNabb. Thank you very much.
You're Louise, yeah. So, good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks to Emma and Tom for the invitation. It's really nice to be in a room. I can't remember the last time I spoke in a room with real live people, so fabulous. I am a researcher from the University of Stirling. My main area of research is actually dementia studies, but today I'm here speaking as a trustee of the Scottish Huntington's Association. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the association because I'm not sure how familiar people will be with the work, and talk about how we're building support for change and talk about engaging with research in Scotland. So, Huntington's disease. Thanks. So there are around 1,100 people diagnosed with Huntington's disease in Scotland, but Huntington's disease is, I have to get this right, an autosomal hereditary condition, which means it impacts the whole family and across generations. So we estimate around 4,000 to 6,000 people who may be undiagnosed or not yet tested for the condition, but also a wider impact on the family. HD is a progressive condition, as are many neurological conditions, so most people will end up needing full-time care towards the end of their lives. Because it's an autosomal hereditary condition, there's a 50% chance of a child inheriting the disease. So you can see how that impact kind of resonates through families. Symptoms come on between the age of 30 and 50, but that's very variable. That's just a rough estimate. And people will be symptomatic for around 10 to 25 years. So a very variable and long impact condition. Thanks. So the Scottish Huntington's Association. So we're here today to talk about participation, involvement, co-production. So SHA were set up in 1989, and written into our constitution it states that our chairperson must be a family member, and 50% of the board for SHA are family members and must be family members. So since the 80s, we've been living and breathing and working in that involved co-production way. When I came into the organisation from a university, I was kind of like, yeah, we need to do co-production, and then I realised that over half of the people in the room were family members, and it was already going on and happening. So, I mean, it's really fabulous to see that. Next. So, the main role of SHA is delivering support, care, and treatment to families across Scotland. We now have an HD clinical specialist in every health board across Scotland. And we have a fabulous youth service which supports the young people in families with one-to-one support, with get-togethers, and then a summer camp where they all go off abseil and skydive and do all kinds of exciting stuff together. Next, we also have a financial wellbeing service. Because of the hereditary nature and the sometimes quite early onset of HD, it has implications on people's finances through employment, through accessing insurance and mortgages. So financial wellbeing is a really core part of what the organisation does. Thanks. And we have clinical leads. Okay, I'm showing my age here because I can't actually read the writing on my paper anymore without taking my glasses off, and then that's going to be quite strange. So I apologise. The earlier slide was for the care services and the specialists that the SHA has across the country, and this slide is about our clinical leads. So these are people within core clinical posts in every health board in Scotland able to provide those really essential services for families. Still going to turn the page though. Thanks. So we are big on campaigning at SHA, getting the message out, talking to people about what we do, raising the profile of the condition. And this is Gillian. Oh, sorry, you skipped. Gillian dancing in George Square, I think. Yep, so that was our dance-a-thon earlier this year, raising money and raising the profile of Huntington's disease. Thanks. We've also had quite incredible success campaigning within the Scottish Parliament, and we're currently campaigning in Westminster. So our motion to the Scottish Parliament received support from 98% of the MSPs. We think it was the most supported motion that the Scottish Parliament has ever seen, and that was calling for better care and services for people with Huntington's disease. So lots of work going on in campaigning and raising awareness and talking about the condition. Thanks. So in terms of research work, I think in the focus of the conference today, it's important to know that Huntington's disease has had some ups and downs in the research world. So there was great excitement a few years ago with some drug treatments that looked incredibly promising, but unfortunately clinical trials have been halted for a number of reasons. So I think that shows the importance of having all kinds of research, so not just clinical trials, but research about how people live well every day with the condition, and other types of interventions and support that might work. But just to cover a few of the projects that are currently taking place in Scotland, and also to kind of prime for Gillian's talk coming up at the end of this trio, is to talk about 3 studies. So Enroll HD, HD Clarity, and Proof HD. So Enroll HD and HD Clarity are both big international studies with field sites all over the world. And the key aim of the studies is to generate data, to collect and generate and store huge amounts of data that other researchers can then go and access and engage with and utilise. So Enroll HD is an observational study, so it's about collecting data from individuals with HD and holding that data, and then other people can go in and use it. HD Clarity is about collecting cerebrospinal fluid and holding a bank of CSF fluids that again can be used by researchers around the world. So this is an example of work that somebody is doing at Glasgow University with data from the Enroll HD study. If you can understand the slide, then you're doing better than I am. As far as I understand, thanks, it's about understanding rare genetic modifiers or markers that might then lead to treatment. And then my final slide is a study that was undertaken in Aberdeen, particularly looking at the prevalence in Scotland, trying to understand the extent of HD in Scotland. Thanks. So that was a bit of a whirlwind tour of the organisation and what we do and what we're hoping to do, but been really interesting to speak to, and the others will add some more colour and detail. Thank you.
Good morning, nice to speak to you, and thank you very much for the invite, Emma, thank you. I'm quite wee, so this microphone is sort of blocking you out here. So, you know, everyone always starts by saying it's quite a hard act to follow, and I was a little bit annoyed to have to follow someone who's talking about tiger research, so I feel like that's going to be a struggle. So, I'm a neurology consultant, I work in Edinburgh. I do a bit of general neurology, I do some work including some MS research and involved with some of the projects that Javier mentioned, and also work as clinical lead for Huntington's locally, and I've been doing that for a small number of years, trying to remember exactly. Could I go to the next slide, thanks. So I'm just going to try and do probably quite a short overview, and I'm going to keep this reasonably non-technical, and that's mainly because I am reasonably non-technical, but I'll not divulge that. So I was just going to talk really about the sort of how I've gone about trying to build on what was already there for research in Huntington's from the perspective of working in Edinburgh. So generally, you know, you've got the situation where you've got really sort of fertile ground. You've got people who are keen to participate in research, and I recognise several of the faces that Louise showed in the SHA slide there. You know, there's people that are keen to get involved, have something to offer. There's actual sort of physical infrastructure, so there's an enrolling clinic that I work out of with dedicated research staff there. There's the NDN, and particular help from Jackie, who I can't, she's up there, hello, yep, who I won't embarrass. And generally there's a situation, there's people, and there's a lot of potential there. So potential hurdles though, so let's say, when I'm seeing somebody in the clinic, I'm usually seeing them with the SHA specialist, and it's a reasonably small clinical team. There's quite a lot of clinical demands on team members, so people have talked about this earlier, so there's a lot of things pulling people in different directions, and research definitely is a priority, but it's one of many priorities. You know, my time, admin time, there are some potential hurdles to jump over, and I put up this slide of people sort of hurdling enthusiastically over as part of the steeplechase, just for contrast with the next one. And what I want, yeah, this is generally what I wanted to sort of avoid. So I wanted to keep that forward momentum, keep going, get through the obstacles, but at the same time not get overwhelmed. Can you go to this one, thanks? So from my point of view, trying to build research around Huntington's locally, particularly sort of doable for participants and is important, you know, useful for participants. Is this something that they're going to get something out of? Maybe not directly, you know, maybe they get the experience of being part of research, but is this something that's going to lead to wider gains and is going to help move the field forward? Is it doable for us in terms of sort of time, resources, funding, personnel? And I suppose also building local experience. So I didn't want to necessarily jump in at the really deep end. Things that we have set up locally, I'll just talk about these sort of briefly. At the top is a nice logo for Enroll HD that Louise already mentioned. So this was already in place when I started, and we've kept this going, and I work on that along with Philip, who's a genetic counsellor. And this is as mentioned, a ginormous observational cohort study, and also, you know, so you see people roughly annually do a lot of tests, and that goes into an anonymised database, and that in itself is used for research, but can also be used as a step off for interventional studies. Health E-R&D is a large European study which came out kind of pre-COVID, and the idea is to look at determinants and measurement of quality of life in people with Huntington's and their caregivers. And it's at a stage of developing a validated questionnaire to do that, and we hope to involve people locally in the Lothian area. And in assessing that questionnaire. The idea previously was that this is then used to assess RCT, a randomised controlled trial, looking at how effective telehealth interventions are for provision of Huntington's care. And I think that's in the process of being kind of reconsidered a little bit, given that we've now moved to that model quite a lot, given COVID. So, you know, the ground has shifted since that was set up. The Edinburgh Brain and Tissue Bank, so essentially we had a little bit of funding came through Joseph Priller, and we can now send, we can sign people up to that, and we've got a small number of people who are signed up for brain donation. iMark HD is just something we signed up as a PIC site recently, so sort of peripheral site where we send people to this study. This is a London longitudinal imaging study where they do lots of tests, including scans, and they repeat it over time. We haven't started sending people towards that yet, but so it's probably quite demanding for people, I think, but quite a good opportunity to be involved in. And sort of similar to Enroll, the idea is it can also be used as a step-off for interventional studies. The Join HD at the bottom, I only came across this very recently, so this refers to juvenile onset Huntington's disease. So there's a large, you know, most people with Huntington's are diagnosed in the middle age. There'll be a few people who are diagnosed when they're quite a lot younger, and we've got a couple of people, one of whom turned up in the slides earlier. So I sent out information on this. This came through one of the big European research collaboratives, and I got an email saying, have you got anybody that's interested in this? So I sent out information to the couple of people we have locally, and then I had one of them in clinic just very recently, and it turns out actually the mum's involved in co-production of this, and she's actually involved in setting up the participant information and was giving me feedback that she doesn't like QR codes, but she quite likes the colouring of the leaflets and things. So it was quite an interesting experience where I started to tell her about it, and she very much turned the tables and said, well, actually, you know, I've been involved in that for the last year or so. And but, you know, she's incredibly positive and engaged and interested. So, yeah, hopefully, these are all studies that, you know, so they're all part of a bigger collaborative effort. They're not ones where we have set them up from scratch. They're not ones where we've gone and sought separate funding. I'd hope to just kind of keep building in that over time. Can we go to the next slide? So that's us. Yeah, thanks. And I don't know what we do. So I think we're maybe not quite tiger research, but I think we're going to move on to much more kind of zingy things with Gillian's. Gillian's photos are going to be pretty exciting. So I'm going to hand you over to Gillian, okay? Thanks very much.
Hi, I'm Gillian. I actually don't know anyone in the room apart from Louise, so pleased to meet you all. Hope you can hear me. I'm also quite short. So I'm an ambassador for the Scottish Huntington's Association. I'm also a trustee on the board like Louise, and I go out and I do talks to community groups and groups of healthcare professionals to try and raise awareness of Huntington's. I have the gene for Huntington's disease myself, but today, and this has nothing to do with anything, this injury is not related to Huntington's disease in any way, this was just a freak accident, and today I'm here to talk to you about my involvement in Huntington's research. So next slide, please. So this is my lovely mum, Myra, my late mother, and that's her holding me as a baby. Now you will see that I bear an incredible resemblance to a baby Frankenstein, and Frankenstein also was linked to clinical research trials and research and laboratory experiments, so that's a bit of a coincidence. But my lovely mum, Myra, actually was very late in being diagnosed with Huntington's disease. We had no family history of Huntington's disease, so when my mum developed some weird and wonderful symptoms, she had heart disease from the age of 40, so they were putting their symptoms down to complications of cardiac surgery and mini strokes. So she was actually very advanced before a neurologist took over her care in 1999 and took her in, tested her for everything, and we were given a big bombshell diagnosis of Huntington's disease. So I was a nurse, and I am a nurse, and my husband-to-be at the time was a doctor, but actually it's so rare, very few people understand Huntington's disease, so I had to look it up in medical books. There was no Google in those days, and I just always remember the words that I read when I found out and looked it up. Relentlessly progressive, incurable, and hereditary. And the hereditary factor is obviously massive because, as Louise said, there's a 50% chance of you developing Huntington's disease from an affected parent. So it was a bit of a bombshell, this, and I obviously wanted to look towards any kind of hope, so I was clutching at straws, and I looked to see if there was any research going on that would give me some hope. At the time, any research I looked into was on fruit flies and mice. And while I appreciate that fruit flies and mice were very important in getting us to the HD research place where we are today, at the time I personally didn't find it very inspiring. So I was about to get married a month later, so I just focused on the wedding, and then after the wedding I went on to have 3 beautiful daughters. So I was too busy being a wife and a mum and a nurse, and didn't really look at research again for a while. In 2011, unfortunately, I went through a marriage separation, and I decided at that point that I wanted to have the test myself to find out one way or the other. There is a test that they do that will give you the clinical diagnosis. So I had maybe 12 years of being at risk, where I'd found that I was very anxious, the uncertainty of whether I had Huntington's disease or not was very difficult. So right in the middle of my separation, which is not what they advise, I decided that now was the time to be tested. And I had the test, and I found out that I do have the gene for Huntington's disease, so I will go on to develop it. Now, a lot of people wouldn't handle that very well, and only 10 to 15% of people actually go forward and get the test. But this actually was a positive turning point for me. It was a relief. I felt empowered. I felt driven to go on and live my life to the best that I could. And I started on a bucket list. And next slide, please. I then received a very special invitation in October 2016. My best friend's father-in-law, who was a professor down at University College London, invited me along to a talk. He'd been invited to a talk with Professor Sarah Tabrizi, and this was on a big, massive trial that was new for Huntington's disease. So I was very lucky to get to go along to this talk. And for those who don't know of Sarah Tabrizi, she is absolutely amazing. She is a professor of clinical neurology at University College London, and she has dedicated decades of work into research, particularly into Huntington's disease. So I went along to London, and I was absolutely blown away. This was a world away from fruit flies and mice. This was a big, massive human trial, very, very innovative drugs that were showing very positive results, and it was looking like this could change the course of the disease. So I was absolutely blown away by this. But even on top of that, I actually got the opportunity to have a good long chat with Professor Tabrizi at the end of the talk. And actually, she asked me about my daughters and how they were handling it, and I had to admit that I hadn't told my girls. And she told me about all the research that had been done into telling people younger, children are more resilient. So she gave me some advice about talking to the girls when I went back home. And I had always thought that research into Huntington's disease was just for people who were symptomatic to trial drugs. But she made me aware of Enroll HD, which is an information gathering trial, and told me that, I could become part of research now. So I was given lots of leads and things, and I came back from London completely inspired. Next slide, perfect. So I came home, and that's me and my girls, and it was very difficult sitting down to talk to my girls, but they were absolutely amazing, very strong, very resilient, and they are my biggest cheerleaders, and they stand by my side in every single thing that I do. I then went on to contact Dr. Ritchie, who's the lead research consultant in Glasgow, and before I knew it, I was signed up for my first trial, which is Enroll HD. Now, Enroll HD, as Louise, as you both spoke about, is a global information trial. But actually, they sort of look into cognition, behaviour, motor skills, movement, and it's, you're in there for a good hour and a half. It's very thorough, very specific tests. all I was thinking at the time was, I'm going along to meet a team of people who I've never met before. I'm going to try and impress them. I'm going to wear my skinny jeans and my new high-heeled boots. I realised as soon as I started the trial that actually this was a complete wardrobe malfunction, because you're asked to walk heel to toe in a straight line up a corridor, and you have to stand, and they're trying to pull you back to see how quickly you lose your balance, and you've got to stand up, sit down, walk here, do this. Anyway, it's been flatties all the way, and I never went back to wearing my heeled boots. It's also quite daunting. It's annual visits, and it's very specific tests, and I know that the first few visits I've had, I've come out there knowing that I have performed very well, that the cognitive tests have been great, that I've managed to do all the motor skills things, my movement's been fine. But every year you go along, there's that apprehension: am I going to notice a change? Am I going to notice a decline? Am I going to be doing something less well than I did before? So just putting it out there, that's one of the things that I have noticed. And because of the pandemic, it's actually going to be, I'm waiting for a date for my next Enroll HD visit, and it will be probably 3 years, which is quite a big gap. And so I'm very aware that there might be some changes, although I'm feeling very healthy and I'm still asymptomatic, I'm very happy to say. So fingers crossed. HD Clarity, I was invited along to join in that, and as they said, that is cerebrospinal fluid samples, so I had a lumbar puncture, but unfortunately it took 5 attempts the first time and several changes of position to get the sample. And while I was recovering from that, Dr. Ritchie came and chatted to me, and he said, do you think you would fancy coming along again? Is there any way you'd consider coming along in 4 weeks' time and having a repeat sample taken? And I said, well, considering it took 5 attempts, you're going to have to sell this one to me. But when he explained that to have a repeat sample, to be able to see if it remains, the biomarkers and the protein levels remain stable, and then when they're trying to prove that drugs are working and it's the drugs that are having an effect on the biomarkers and the protein levels, I said, that's it, fine, I'm sold, I'll see you in 4 weeks' time. Next slide, please. So, staying positive, obviously I do a lot of things to try and stay positive. I do have a very this was nothing to do with my bucket list, but I do have a bucket list. So I've done lots of things, like skydives and wing walks with loop-the-loops and all sorts of stuff. But actually, being involved in research is a huge part in how I stay positive. Maybe it's different for me because I'm not trialling drugs. I don't have the worry about side effects because it's just my time, I guess, and my cerebrospinal fluid and 5 attempts at lumbar punctures. But yeah, it's all been completely positive for me. Instead of sitting back and waiting for it to happen, I'm doing something productive. I'm helping scientists to understand the disease better, which is then going to help them improve services. And obviously we're looking to them to find treatments and maybe even a cure, which is what we all hope and pray for. I've met some wonderful people during my research journey, and the HD community is very strong and resilient, and I love being a big part of that. But the main thing is that it gives me hope. Even if they don't find a treatment or a cure in my time, it gives me hope for my girls, it gives me hope for future generations. And I would say that it's just been completely positive for me. One of my favourite quotes is Lewis Carroll: in the end, we only regret the chances that we didn't take. So if anyone is thinking about becoming a part of research, I would say go for it. You might end up being a part of something very amazing. You might end up being part of medical history. And I feel very lucky, as you do, Abhishek, to be healthy today. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much to our 3 speakers, our latest trio. I have to say, this is shaping up to be the best conference I can remember being to. And I can say that because I'm not actually on the programme. My name is down, but I'm not speaking later. So thank you to everybody we've heard before. It set the bar very high for the speakers for the rest of the day. I propose that we now have a coffee break till about past, so almost 20 minutes. And then I think we'll be able to make up the time during the course of the day. But I think it's really important that we have a good time to speak to each other, to look at the stalls, the posters, to have your speed of walking measured, taking part in the activities of daily living study, and also feeding back about the confident conversations all in the next 17 minutes. So we'll see you back here soon.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. One, two, 1 2.
Yeah. Something playing just now, right? Okay. It's not sounding.
One, two. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check. Yep. Use the same system they've got. 1 2. Chip. Yep. But now.
thing. I've got you hello by Adele.
Alright, okay. 1, 2. Right, so that's fine. You're playing me that now?
I'm playing you Adele.
Right, let me go check this.
That's Adele.
That's coming through this.
Oh, that actually cleaned up a bit. Do that again?
Yeah, but we're gonna have to get. Could you play me at the audio that we're gonna use for the? Because have you got like a video that you're gonna play through the?
It's live stream. So
Oh, right, okay, we can't do that. Right, okay.
you need somebody on the other end.
Is everything good on your end, like the volume and everything for just your normal settings?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, yeah, he just told me, so I'm gonna say that David's pointed out to Tom the key and then.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Tracy Madden.
Oh, hi
Hi,
Tracy.
nice to actually meet you. Do you know what's happening with the online link? Because one of my colleagues couldn't come. I was going to send him a link. Oh, I never got it.
Did you sign up for my meeting?
Yeah, I wanted to get, like, the ticket got email, so many checks, email address.
Yeah, as the I sent you a link on Wednesday night, and she was talking about the one this morning with the link.
Oh no, I never got it.
You tried your stuff.
I never tried jumping in it. I'll just keep trying, I'm checking. Oh yeah.
I mean, I can give you the YouTube link just now if you want.
Just
Just
to say to
individually.
my colleague who had to go into work, but she was going to try and kind of jump on and off throughout the day.
Yeah. What's your email address?
Tracy dot Martin.
1, 2, 1, 2, check. Yep.
And I'm the one who keeps annoying you. Stupid questions.
Hey Mary, how are you? Great to see you. I know, it's not just
There you go.
Thanks very much for that.
No worries.
Guys?
Well, you only have to, you can sit and just look at the speakers. You don't need to look. Yeah. And then just take a seat. Just see how.
Okay. Yes. Well, so welcome back, everybody. So far, we're getting really good feedback for what we've done. So thank you to all the speakers this morning. So I would like to welcome our three researchers who are going to talk about their research. So I'll ask Jackie to come to the podium.
I think you can just about see me. Good morning, everyone. As you can see, my name is Jacqueline Kerr. I'm a Senior Clinical Studies Officer with the Neuroprogressive and Dementia Network. And I'm going to talk to you just a short presentation this morning about my Masters of Science in Gerontology, Global Issues of Gerontology and Ageing. It is going to be very brief because it was 15,000 words, so I had to cut it down to like 5 or 6 minutes. So that has been quite difficult because obviously it is a lot to fit in and still make it sound interesting for you all. So firstly, I'm going to go through the research question and why does it matter. Next, I'll then provide a brief overview of my dissertation theme and then just a snapshot of the findings, and then I'll just finish off with quite a brief summary. So, introduction, the research question, why does it matter? Whilst the diagnosis of dementia is commonly perceived by society as an ageing person's disease, less is known about the impact of dementia diagnosis for people before the age of 65, known as young onset dementia. According to research published this year, it has been estimated that over 70,800 people in the UK are living with young onset dementia. Literature to explore the needs and experiences of people with young onset dementia has previously focused on caregiver, family and age-appropriate services, all of which are very important to inform for future care development. However, little is known on how having a diagnosis impacts on people to maintain a sense of meaningful participation and social engagement. Participating in meaningful and social engagement and purposeful activities for anyone across the lifespan provides us with a sense of worth, belonging, autonomy, and importantly, our sense of identity. Who we are, what we do, and who we share it with are an essential part of life. Thus, the aim of my dissertation was to draw together existing literature to explore the experiences and perspectives of people living with young onset dementia and how the diagnosis has impacted their sense of purpose and active engagement with their family, with friends, and the wider community. Next slide. So, the title of my dissertation was, what impact does a diagnosis of young onset dementia have on a person's social engagement? It was a systematic review. A diagnosis of young onset dementia has been described as a disruption of the life cycle, being unexpected and out of time with a biography both to them and those who know them. It occurs at a time where multiple roles and responsibilities have been constructed and embedded within the family, workplace and wider society. Many people with young onset dementia are often employed at the time of their diagnosis. They will also have financial commitments to consider, have children support, and whilst also potentially supporting their own parents. With the diagnosis coming at such an early stage of the person's life trajectory, many challenges can arise. Firstly, the journey to receiving a diagnosis can be a long and uncertain one. There can also be issues of being misdiagnosed and difficulty accessing age-appropriate services which are person-centred and inclusive. Alongside these challenges, there are unanticipated changes to activities of daily living, one of which is maintaining connections. This can be connections with family, friends, work colleagues and the community. Staying engaged and connected provides a sense of meaning and purpose and importantly a sense of identity for people experiencing young onset dementia. As the prevalence is set to rise in the next few years, gaining a better understanding of the social perspective from people experiencing the disease could help promote the development of initiatives to support holistic and age-appropriate care for an underrepresented group in society. Next slide. Now, the findings of a dissertation, as you can imagine, were quite a lengthy discussion, so I'm only going to keep this fairly brief because it does, there's a lot to fit in and there's a lot to explain, and quite rightly so. So my findings from my systematic review, there were 5 overarching themes which had emerged from the participants themselves. These were participating in meaningful activity, purposeful activity, but that was regarding their employment, the impact that the diagnosis had on relationships, the impact the diagnosis had as well for everyone, and the impact on self-identity. From my findings, it was very clear there are many challenges people with young onset dementia experience. However, despite these challenges, a strong message emerged from the participants in all of the studies that I reviewed. They presented with a sense of resilience and not giving in to the disease. Many participants were committed to staying engaged in activities and retaining a sense of purpose and normalcy to enhance their quality of life. The next 2 slides I'm going to show you are just some excerpts from the study participants and what these particular things meant to them. I'm not going to read them out. I've just let you have a wee look at them and see for yourself what this meant to the participants in the studies. To the next slide. Okay. So, in summary, my dissertation explored the experiences of people living with young onset dementia and the impact the diagnosis had on social engagement and quality of life. Despite the challenges and hurdles they experienced, it was clear that participants emphasised it was on a focus and a positive side of life, where living a normal life was important to them and being connected to others in a life that is meaningful to them led to feelings that their quality of life was positive despite having dementia. During my literature search, I found a very scarce amount of research which just focused solely on the person experiencing young onset dementia. There was a vast amount of research looking at late onset, the biological side of it, but nothing to actually support the people experiencing the dementia themselves. Future research should seek to understand the needs of people with young onset dementia at this significant stage of their life cycle. Many are still engaged in employment, have young families, and want to remain active participants in society. Research to explore how people with young onset dementia can be supported within the community and beyond could promote a holistic approach to living well with dementia and further advance strategies which support active participation within society and, importantly, preserve a sense of self and purpose while living with a progressive disease. Future service development needs to represent and Future service development needs to represent and respect the individuality of people living with young onset dementia and provide access to services that are person-centred and which advocate inclusion. There are excellent resources out there, the Young Dementia Network, Alzheimer's Scotland. Both provide services to inform, engage and empower people with young onset dementia. These services provide a platform and a voice for people to campaign for positive changes for now and the future. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Maria Drummond and I was a PhD student at the University of Glasgow. I was supervised by Professor Bridget Johnson and Dr Terry Quinn. So today I'm going to talk about community involvement and the role that had in my PhD. Next slide. Thanks. So my PhD looked at the demographics of people in Glasgow who care for family members and friends with life-limiting conditions. They're often referred to as carers or unpaid carers, informal carers or caregivers. I also looked at the types of services and interventions that were available to them, how those services and interventions measured their success, and then I spoke to caregivers through focus groups and interviews to try and identify what was missing from what was available. Once all that was done, I made lots of different recommendations for practice for professionals, for social workers, nurses and doctors, and suggested future research for other interventions. So I had community volunteers involved with my PhD because my research is underpinned by the transformative paradigm that's outlined by Donna Mertens, and she encourages researchers who are interested in marginalised groups to acknowledge that we benefit in our lives from the struggles that the marginalised groups experience. And it's about making sure we have community volunteers involved in our research and that we give back as much as possible. But community involvement, patient and public involvement, it's a requirement for all PhD students that are supervised by Professor Bridget Johnson as well. Next slide. So all the PhD students that started at the same time as me that were supervised by Bridget held a public event where we looked for community volunteers to work with us on our projects. So we advertised on social media, we put adverts up in supermarkets and community centres, and then we pitched our PhDs to the volunteers who came along, and then they picked whatever project they were interested in. So I ended up working with 3 volunteers. The first 2 volunteers lived in England and cared for family members with dementia, and they found out about my project on social media. And the third volunteer was from the public event, and he cared for his wife following a stroke, who also had diabetes, and she moved into a care home where she died. So the volunteers were involved in all different parts of my project. The first 2 volunteers, because they lived in England and it was really just telephone conversations we had, I was able to discuss more developed ideas with them and get feedback from them at that kind of stage of the decision-making process. Whereas the third volunteer, who lived in Glasgow, we met face-to-face in cafes, and he could give me as much time as he had available that day. So he was around to help me bounce quite early ideas off of him. He helped with the arrangements for the focus groups and the interviews, to help me consider access arrangements for the meetings, and then he helped with the data analysis, and when I started to identify themes, he helped me with that as well. So COVID-19 was a bit of a spanner in the works for the volunteers. The first 2 volunteers, for various reasons, couldn't continue with the project, and the third volunteer, we moved from face-to-face to email and text message because of a disability he's got. He prefers written communication if he can't do face-to-face. And that was quite challenging because at that point I was doing data analysis and I was sending him themes and quotes, and at one point he went quiet, and I didn't really know what was going on. And obviously everyone's worried about people at that point in the pandemic. So after a few weeks, I gave him a wee nudge and found out that actually he'd had quite an emotional response to some of the data that he'd been reading and the themes that were coming out from that. And that wasn't something that we had anticipated, because until that point we'd been meeting face to face. So that was a big learning curve for everybody involved. Kind of being just a wee bit more careful about how we communicate with people and the kind of support that we're available to give when communication changed in such a drastic way. So to summarise, the community volunteers in my project, it was a fantastic experience. It helped me to feel more confident about the decisions and the findings and recommendations that I made. And it helped me to build relationships with people who are just genuinely interested in my research. You know, they're not nurses, I'm a nurse, not researchers, not academics, just people really interested in trying to make the lives of caregivers better. I think that's me. Right, thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Emma and Tom, for inviting me. My name is Mary Joki, and I currently finished my PhD at Stirling University. I was exploring the experiences of Black and minority ethnic community people who are living with dementia. But for today, I'm going to specifically talk about the challenges of recruitment for the group I was working with. The aim of my research was to try and find out if direct payment is an effective means of trying to resolve the challenges that BME people experience when they are accessing services. And it was a qualitative research that I adopted narrative methodology and also used thematic narrative analysis to try and gain some insight and understand some of the experiences that people told from the stories that they gave. So, and I was very much interested with the intersection of dementia, ethnicity, and direct payment, and still putting the person living with dementia at the heart of the research. And I'm going to talk of some of the key challenges that I faced, and one of it was gaining access through the gatekeepers. This was mainly caused by budget cuts and restructuring of the different organizations, especially those that support Black and minority community people, and this meant they didn't have capacity to accommodate my research. And also overcoming trust, gaining trust within the Black and minority community was one of the things that was highlighted as quite challenging, because they have experienced a lot of over-consultation and they don't see any feedback from that, or they don't see any outcome, and this can make people feel there's no benefit or point of participating in research. So I had to try and find ways of trying to gain that access. And also the stigma towards mainstream services, where people may feel that they are going to be shamed within the community, or where it's seen as a taboo, and for this reason people may not go to access the services and may look after their own families. Also, some people did say that they do look after their own families other than going to seek mainstream services, but this meant that some of the organizations that I was approaching, there wasn't a single person from BME that accessed the services. And also the stigma towards dementia, and especially if dementia is linked to mental health condition, where then the person may be hidden away and may not see it as something they want to talk openly about in research. And then there's also language barriers, and if there's that case, then you need translation and interpreters, which wasn't something I had budget for within my research. And for people from Black and minority community with dementia, they may revert back to their native languages, even if they were quite fluent speaking in English for the many years they had lived here. So that's something that may want to consider. And also just other cultural and religious differences that may make people not want to participate in research. So some of the ways that I tried to address these challenges was through my previous network as a social worker for several years, and also visiting the organizations in person, and that was to speak to the managers, speak to the staff, and also try and meet with some of the people who use the services, just to try and explain more about my research. And I also attended various events organized for BME people, and that's again to try and explain about my research and what would be some of the benefits of participating. Went to places of worship, especially like in the mosque, where I spoke to some of the leaders there, asking what are the challenges and how could I overcome some of those challenges. And they offered to advertise the research either through WhatsApp groups and other ways of engaging with the community. Also went to restaurants where there are mostly BME people learn, or where there were lots of BME people who attend, and I put up flyers there and again discussed my research with various people over there. And also the various organizations that I approached, I asked them to distribute my flyer and also in their newsletters and any of their network that might be interested. Also attended the older people assembly in the Scottish Government, where I was likely to meet up with various organizations that support BME people and other older people living with dementia, to again try and recruit participants from there. And also I contacted one of the Asian radio stations to advertise the research. And through all this effort, I did manage to get all the participants that I had wanted to interview, but I did manage to get a good sample to carry on and finish my research. So those were some of the challenges and how I tried to overcome them. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the three speakers giving us some feedback on the work that they've spent years doing. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to invite, I'd like to invite Joint Dementia Research and the National Dementia Carers Action Network to come. So we have and Amy. Oh. I think Amy's going to go first. Am I right in saying that? Yes. So I'll do as before. Amy, if you come up, and then after that you can come up in whichever order you prefer. So, thank you.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for having me here today. So I'm here to talk about joint dementia research. Some of you may have heard of it before, but for those that haven't, I'll just give a short introduction to what the service does. So Joint Dementia Research is a nationwide service across the UK, and we accept anyone who's over the age of 18, whether you have dementia, you don't, you're a carer, or you just want to be involved in research in some sort of way. So since its inception in 2015, we've had over 50,000 people sign up to the service, and 65,000 enrolments onto studies. So there's service is delivered by the NIHR, which is who I work for, and we have our 3 charity partners, Alzheimer's Scotland, AR UK and Alzheimer's Society. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of like the figures at the moment, so this is as of the end of August. So we had 52,740 volunteers signed up to the service, and we had 68,638 enrolments onto studies. We also have had 646 studies overall onto the service, and we're always looking for more. So just to give you an idea of what you would need to have a study on JDR, so you would need your study to have ethical approval and JDR be stated as a source of recruitment. You would also need to have a DSA possibly, depending on the institution that you come from, and it would need to be a dementia-based research in some sense. Next slide, please. So it's super simple for researchers to get onto the service. So all you have to do is take on the training that takes about an hour to complete. You'd have a meeting with myself, and we would discuss your study and whether it be appropriate for JDR. It's also an important thing to note that for professionals that want to talk about research to their patients, we have free materials on our website that you can order. We have leaflets, posters, all sorts. So that's just something else to note, to be aware of. And then in terms of the idea of public and patient involvement and what we're doing at JDR to include this, one main thing is that we're always talking to researchers when we're putting their studies on about PPI and about what they've done to include people in their research already, in the development of it, because we think that's such an important thing to have. So that's something we always make sure we do. And as long as you have ethical approval for a study, we can also recruit for PPI groups. So if you are struggling to find people to talk to you about your research before you go ahead and start doing it, we can also help with that. And then finally, I'm currently running a pilot project that's about lay summary review to go on to the system. So that's a super important thing that we're doing at the moment to try and tailor to the audience that we have, and making sure they're understanding the research that's being presented to them. Next slide, please. So don't just take it from me. So we've had so many researchers. We've had over 2,000 researchers use the service and have an account on JDR. So these are just, I won't read them all out, but this is a couple of quotes from people that have used the service. Next slide, please. So there's a few different ways you can contact us if you want more information. I am in the exhibitors hall, so if you do have any questions today, you can come and talk to me. So we also have our main website, which has all the information you need, whether you're a researcher, a professional, or you are wanting to take part in research yourself. We also have a researcher page which will have all that information on, specifically for researchers, and the professional page. And then equally also you can email us at researcher.jdr@nihr.ac.uk. And yeah, that's everything from me.
And as Tom said earlier, he was glad he wasn't speaking today. It may go downhill, so it may still happen. Okay. Thank you for having us here today on behalf of Lorna and myself. I just want to say a big thank you for all the work that's being done by everyone here today, and the researchers and the scientists in particular, because as Henry Simmons already alluded to, we are working more closely with them, and there's a lot more exciting things going to happen in the future. Something I think that most people that know anyone with dementia, certainly in their families, their loved ones, are so keen to see, and many, many others in the population as well. So keep up the good work there. I am Jeanette Maitland. I'm from Aberdeen in the North East. I'm a founder member of NDCAN along with Lorna. Now, that stands for National Dementia Carers Action Network. And I've noticed a few times today the network word has been cropping up, as a few others, and you'll see them as we go through it. I'm a former carer for my late husband, Ken. He had been diagnosed with Lewy body dementia and Parkinsonism. That set me off on the journey of campaigning and joining NDCAN. And it's been quite a journey, I can assure you. It's 11 years in November, and it's been well worth it all. If we can just see the slide that's up there now, I'm not going to have a great deal to say, but we're speaking to you as people with lived experience, as carers, and as a representative of NDCAN, the National Dementia Carers Action Network. Lorna and I have both had situations where we've looked after members in our family that we've loved deeply. So we've come through the mill, we worked at the coalface, we know what it feels, and we like to share our knowledge. And I would say to anyone here, if you do have knowledge in any given area, please, I would ask you, do you dare to care? And if you do you care to share? Because that's the important thing. We must get out there by whatever method. There's many methods in communicating, as you well know. The written method, the spoken message. You've got the telephone, you've got the internet, you've got Facebook, you've got Zoom, you've got Teams, you've got all these things. It's not really too important other than specific situations where you do need to have face-to-face to get the true atmosphere of the thing, okay? So, some of the things we do. We're a national campaigning and awareness raising group. We also were formed 2011, as we've said. We aim to influence government. Now, to do that, we meet twice a year with government. We are really privileged to have that opportunity. And that's when, after meetings of the groups, and we come up with concerns that we may have or think are important, we try to push them through and put them and present them to the government. Whether or not things get done is another story, but certainly go in. And I know that all of the group and the bosses and our CEs here today work very hard at that. We raise our voices loudly because you all know that out there are lots of people who don't like to say what they feel, they're scared of repercussions, and that is something that happens all the time, and we must be aware of it and we must address it. So that's why people like Lorna and myself and others, we speak out for these voices that are quiet, that don't know where to go, who to turn to, what's their remit, because it was new to us and we learned on the job, and it's our duty to share with other carers. Lots of things are done by the group, and in particular is the training of the workforce, tackling stigma. We actually are, as the boss says, NDCAN is the voice of unpaid carers within Alzheimer's Scotland. I often think that he wishes we didn't have a voice, you know, when we heckle him a bit too much, but never mind. I would say that collaboration is a key word, and I've noticed it a few times today as well, as probably you will. And it's through good collaboration and good communication that you, Tom, all your research teams and scientists and all other charities and groups and disciplines will get the best from people. Sorry, I'm drying up here. Do you mind very much if I just get some water? I'm not used to speaking. Sorry about that. Yeah, at the Alzheimer's conference last Monday, I briefly mentioned brain health and research, but I'm not going to go into that because my friend Lorna is going to be taking through that in a wee while. I would just like to say personally that I'm so enthused about this next stage. I can't tell you how much I am quite excited about it, because the foot soldiers, as I would call them, all the disciplines and charities like NDCAN and all around us, all working jolly hard to improve the lives of people with dementia, to improve the standards for them, to make it better for everyone, not just present day, but those that are going to follow suit. And we must make an end to that. We must find a prevention, we must find a cure. And I am so delighted that the researchers and the scientists are trying so hard to do that. And I really take my hat off to them. No pressure, guys, you know, just saying you can only do your best. But whoever does it, whether it's here, to the right, to the left, north, south, east, west, really the important thing is to get that solution, okay? It's an achievement that we all wish, hope, and dream for. And I'm sure if you know people that are associated with dementia, that is true. It's something you dream about, a cure for it, like many other, okay? I would just say that the important thing is getting the word out there. And what's the key word? And it's been mentioned a few times, networking. It doesn't matter whether you're in big conferences, workshops, or whatever. It can be the lady next door in the shop, on the bus, or whatever. But what you must have is a knowledge and experience that people like ourselves and carers have got, and we want to share it with you, okay? So that's more or less all I've got to say. Networking, the other word I've got is hope. That came through a few times as well, and I'm sure a few of you have noticed that. So just think in this room the hope there is for the success of all these folk that are paid to all our problems. Isn't it wonderful to see such experience here? But that's it. Thank you very much for listening, folk. My friend Lorna will now take over. Thank you very much. I'll take my water.
Thank you, Jeanette, for your presentation. I would also like to say that today is a first for us both, and that nearly 11 years of our voluntary work, you normally only get one or the other, so today we speak for us both. So just like our young people here on the Freshers Week, we are grateful for this opportunity to learn from each other and grow. So thank you from both of us. My name is Lorna Walker, and I now live near Elgin in the northeast of Scotland in a rural village called Hopeman, having relocated there from Prestwick in Ayrshire just before lockdown. I now have a very welcomed IVF granddaughter, Evie Rose, hence the reason for change. I have had direct experience of being a 24/7 carer for my late mother, who at 81 years of age had a near fatal fall in 2008. Creating a catastrophic brain injury, and the expectation was that she would not survive. However, with great care, love, and understanding, she survived, giving us another 7 years. My life, I took a sabbatical from work, which lasted 3 years. She had acute vascular dementia, and she eventually went into a care home for further 4 years. If you check, you can see my poster. It's in memory of my mother, the Elizabeth Ann Room, so come and speak to us. It's a collaboration of my idea, which involved Rachel McLeod, which she's a dementia specialist improvement lead with Ayrshire and Arran, and the Rad Hotel in Prestwick. Can I have back to the other slide? So this is us networking, Jeanette and I. Going back to my friend Jeanette, we both went to Puerto Rico together for the Alzheimer's Disease International Conference, where Jeanette was a guest speaker. I went along as a carer and paid to go, thinking I was going to Spain. However, I find myself arising to my feet at the summation and the open forum. Just like an open microphone session, my words were simple. In Scotland, we have a simple philosophy. It's about the right people, at the right time, doing the right thing that gets it right. To effect a change, be the change. So why might this be important? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. During lockdown, NDCAN, the National Dementia Carers Action Network, and its members did not fall silent. We developed new ways of engaging with others over Teams. Indeed, we found our friend Kenny of the Scottish Dementia Working Group spoke about celebrity squares. I wondered who was Willie Rushton. We were offered the opportunity by Professor Debbie Tolson of the Alzheimer's Scotland Centre for Research and Policy and Practice to join the NDCAN research subgroup. We have been supported and guided into the art of research proposal. Through the giving and sharing of ideas, we have been generated a short listing of commentary for our research, sourcing ethical approval, funding, and in the future facilitating our own research project, which will be published and shared. But why is research so important? In Scotland, we are all fortunate to have such a high level of collaborations and committed researchers within our communities. This strategy outlines its plans to build and develop, shape and guide, and create links with the wisdom of lived experience. When you include carers as not only partners in care and those with a neuroprogressive illness or dementia, you get a greater understanding of what matters to them and what works for them, the light bulb moments. For the scientists, that's your eureka moment. It heralds new innovation by understanding and creating quality of life and diversity. Clinical and social research helps to address the understanding of the gaps between the health and social care modalities. If you provide logistical, person-centred alternatives of service delivery and funding, you endorse the fundamentals of that individual, of autonomy, and this creates empowerment. To encourage participation in research going forward, our blogs were developed. Next slide, please. They were also featured in Scottish Dementia Research Consortium website, and that was essentially to try and encourage further research people. We've also developed our Caring for Caring booklets, and feel free to come and see them and also take them away with you. So in conclusion, we all support early career researchers to embrace their aspirational achievements of the next generation of scientists and help to strengthen the vital clinical and academic developments from research. Social commentary becomes our history. Our stories makes for a greater understanding of life undertaken, but we must also offer hope, care, and ultimately a cure going forward. Thank you from both of us and the NDCAN family and the Scottish Dementia Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you to Amy, Jeanette, and Lorna. Thank you so much for sharing with us your how you're embracing research and trying to get to that hope. And so, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. So now, Denise. Here she is. Can I invite Denise up to talk about the Brain Tissue Bank?
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Denise Munro. I'm the Administrative Secretary at the Alzheimer's Scotland Dementia Research Centre, which is headed by Dr Tom Russ, who's also chairing today. You want to switch the slides? So I've worked at the centre actually for 8 years now, so that tells you something about how nice a place it is to be. But we are funded by Alzheimer's Scotland, and it is a collaboration between the centre, the Alzheimer's Centre, and the Neuroprogressive and Dementia Network, who are obviously organising today. And we are supported by the Scottish Dementia Research Interest Register, where people can register their interest to be involved in the Dementia Brain Tissue Bank. And actually following on from JDR talk, we're also on there, so you can find out or register interest there as well. And we're also supported by the Health Informatics Centre based at the University of Dundee, which provides a database for storing all the clinical and cognitive data for any of our donors that register. So we have our biggest supporters really are our donors, And we've had 57 so far received over the 10 years that the bank's been running. We can currently accept donations from anyone with a diagnosis of dementia in Scotland, based in mainland Scotland, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. The logistics of getting somebody from the islands and the time that would take is a little bit more difficult to organise. So we can't support that at the moment, but I think there's plans to look at that in the future. Next slide. So what is brain tissue donation? So it's where samples, quite small samples of the brain are taken at post-mortem. It's a limited post-mortem, so it's not the whole brain, it's limited to the head, and it's just these small tissue samples. And that is used to contribute to research looking at cellular level of dementias. And it's paired, as I said, with the cognitive and clinical data that is stored at the Health Informatics Centre in Dundee, and that informs that brain tissue. Okay. So Professor Colin Smith, who's the neuropathologist who does the vast majority of the brain tissue donations, the post-mortems, I think in all my time there he's only not done one, I think on holiday, so that even they need holidays. And he's also based at the University of Edinburgh and does research there. So this is a quote from him, and you'll find a bit more of that in the network strategy. But essentially what he's saying here is that it allows, brain tissue donation is important because it allows investigations on the cellular level, and that allows comparison to animal models and other understandings we've got from research in those areas. So I'll give you a second to read that. Switch. Something that Tom was just schooling us on yesterday is one of the researchers who does work with some of the brain tissue samples from donors that register with our bank is Dr. Tara Spires-Jones, sorry. So she pioneered array tomography use in human brain tissue. I think that was developed in Boston, and she brought that to Edinburgh, and that allows specialised imaging of donated brain tissue. I think the benefit or the superiority it has over other imaging is that the spatial resolution is better. I think that's something you might want to read on if you're interested in that. And they can take very small, allows high quality images from very small tissue samples, which can look at the synapses and the connections between them in brains with dementia and tell us a little bit about what's going on there. But what Tom was telling us yesterday is that there's only 3 places in the world that use this technology on human brain tissue, and that's, I believe, England, Edinburgh now, thanks to Tara, and I think the third one is Massachusetts. They've got a dementia research centre, so I think that may be the third one. So yeah, there's a lot of information about Tara's work on the Edinburgh University website if you're interested in that. And if you're at the Alzheimer's Scotland conference last week, she spoke there about this. I've heard from I didn't hear that talk, but I've heard a lot of people found that quite interesting. So yeah, so you might want to look into that if you're interested. Next one. I think I mentioned a moment ago, we had 10 years now of the brain tissue bank. I think our first registrant was in 2012, and over the time, I think everyone involved has always looked at ways to improve it, but I know that Tom and Emma are currently looking at how they can expand inclusion and help increase numbers, and one way that they're looking to do that is, like I said, looking at how they might explore inclusion from people on the islands. The reason we've not been able to do that now is because of, like I said, the logistics of getting somebody down in a small window that we have to get viable tissue from donors. And another commitment that they've made to try and improve the brain bank is to bring it in alignment with other brain banks in England and Europe through the data that's collected, through the clinical and cognitive data that's collected, and that will allow the brain tissue samples to be used in larger collaborative projects across Europe and England. And we've also just introduced repeated testing of donors through annual cognition tests. That will be done over telephone, and that will allow ongoing information to be collected throughout the progression of the disease. And yeah, but you can read about all these improvements and developments on the network strategy. So this is the process that you would go through if you're interested in donating brain tissue or anyone you know is. Now, this diagram's on the brain tissue leaflets, so we have them outside and the network have them, so you can come and collect those today. And this was put together by the network, in fact. And you'll see the first stage is to let us know you're interested. And you can do that by getting in touch with us at the centre, getting in touch with the network or the Alzheimer's Scotland Dementia Helpline. That will most likely, in all cases, come directly to the centre, and I'll probably pick that up. And I'll get in touch with you, collect some information, and send you out an information pack. I'll then pass your information on to the network staff, and they will send a clinical studies officer to contact you and arrange a visit. That can be done over telephone now, I think, post-COVID, or in a clinic or at home. And they will take you through the study, take you through the process of donating and how your tissue would be used, and also take you through cognitive assessments and any other data they need, which, as I said, will help inform the use of that tissue and make it as valuable as possible. Following that, we'll have these yearly, well, first of all, we'll have a telephone follow-up a week later. This is the new part of the new development that's come in. And then subsequently, yearly touch and base with you and going through those telephone calls. It says on both parts here that we recommend a carer or supporters with the person to support them through these processes. And then the final step would be to notify the Alzheimer's Scotland 24-hour helpline when the person who's registered dies. They'll usually come from a close family member. They'll let us know, and they'll let the Edinburgh Brain and Tissue Bank know. They're another one of our supporters. And they'll arrange for the donor to be transferred to Edinburgh. It's usually Tracy Miller, who's the senior research nurse there. She coordinates the vast majority of our donations and has been doing for years. She'll bring the donors to Edinburgh, and they'll undergo post-mortem for those small brain tissue samples to be taken. As I said, it's not the whole brain, it's these small tissue samples. And they will then arrange return of the donor to the family funeral directors. This is usually done over a course of a couple of days, within 48 hours. Very rarely, maybe crossing over into 3 days. And this comes at no extra cost to family, no cost to family, and no delays to funeral either. But if there's any specific arrangements, you'd obviously let us know, and the Brain Bank would facilitate that. So that would be the last stage. And like I said, we'd advise all donors to keep in touch with the Dementia Helpline if anything like that was to come up or anything else. So the final stage would be to issue a post-mortem report to family members. That's initially released to the centre. The neuropathologist puts down the details of the post-mortem in that, and they issue that to us. We'll pass it on to the family GP and let the relative know that we've received that. We generally get good, we've always had very positive feedback from all families that have been involved, but one of the particularly positive feedbacks is that it's really helpful to have the details that come out of that neuropathology report. For some, it gives them a definitive diagnosis of what's going on there in the brain and what dementia they may have had. And I think that's the last one for me. You can get in touch with us, either the Alzheimer's Scotland 24-hour helpline, the centre, or the network. There's our contact details there. We've got leaflets outside. And there's a QR code there which will take you to the Brain Tissue Bank contact card, which you can put your information in, and we'll follow that up there. So that's all from me. It's quite quick.
Thank you very much, Denise. So I hope everybody agrees we've had a really interesting morning. We've heard about the MS trio, the Huntington's disease speakers, Henry talking about Alzheimer's Scotland, and research in general. Then having our three presenters doing telling us about the research that they've been active in. The other organisations, NDCAN and JDR, how they're involving people, and then the Brain Tissue Bank. Now this afternoon we've got some really exciting things coming on. So we have a Parkinson's trio, motor neuron disease. We're going to hear from Diane Gove from Alzheimer's Europe, and our partners in research, which is what this conference is about. How do we involve people in research? That's the theme of this conference. And right at the end of the day, we've got Donica, who is out doing the speed of walking. So please, over lunch, go and be involved in that, be involved actively in research. And what we hope at the end of the day is that Donica will give us some feedback on the research that people have been involved in today. So you'll actually see research coming up as it happens. Can I ask that during the lunchtime you go and visit some of the stalls that are in the Salisbury and the Holyrood room? I think they were feeling a bit sad and lonely over the break, but then we didn't have very long for breaks. We've got a bit longer now. I'm pleased to say we're practically caught up, so if we could come back at 1:05 as on the programme, and thank you everybody.
think it has an impact in clinical practice. And also as part of the series, we've also looked at then
programme for that event of key research interest areas that they would like to hear talk about. I was interviewed and fortunate enough to be interviewed by Lauren Miller and Andrew Casey, and along with two other international researchers. And those two individuals who have Parkinson's asked a whole heap of questions about what the current status quo is in regard to exercise and the research and what people with Parkinson's should be doing. So it was very much set up as an interview within the Progress journal, which is then shared widely with all members of the research community. So again, it's a great example of how people with Parkinson's are involved in dissemination and engaging with researchers at every level. And finally, I was to share not only with the research community, but most importantly, the Parkinson's community as well. So really, at every step there of the research process, they've been integral to the success of this project. But equally, it's been a feasibility and acceptability study, so through the qualitative interviews which have been conducted as part of this, people have been able to give their feedback on how their perceptions of the intervention, what I've talked about, and if anybody's got any questions, please feel free to get in contact. I'm more than happy to answer any of your questions. Many thanks.
What happened? We're having some exciting interplay between the audio from here and what you guys what's happening to YouTube, and they're getting a lot of
adjust, do you try it with, when you take the room mic down and see what it's like without whatever you think? Hold on.
I'm muted.
How am I getting picked up? Is that because the mic in the room? As in, I can hear.
You're coming, if this, I don't know, so if you're in a call.
Yeah, but they can't hear me in the call. I'm muted.
Neil's going into Neil's laptop.
Yeah, we're both muted.
So I've got Neil's laptop and I've got the, Neil's laptop and I've got the room mic, both being sent to Hannah. But for a minute there I did have that other mic open, but that was just for...
so there is a mic on
just off now, I just switched it, so it's just a test week. Let me check. That's the weird. Well, you can hear me talking. Yeah. It's like an open mic close by here. That's that one. Right. So let me get...
Diane, sorry, we need a little bit more audio from yourself there.
Yeah, okay. Do you want me to just talk for a bit?
Yes, please.
Keep talking, just ramble on.
Okay, so yeah, just to check whether you can still hear me. Is that coming over clear?
Sorry, just a little bit longer, Diane, please. Thank you.
Yep, okay then. So I'm just hanging around here hoping this all works out. I'll try to keep talking without saying anything. It's quite difficult. Let's hope we work this out. And then we can hopefully try the PowerPoint. Okay, I see there your message in the link as well. So it's a different link. Okay. Yeah. Do you need me to carry on? Okay, so yeah, so it looks like we're making progress, hopefully. I think it's quite tricky, all this technical stuff. I'm glad you're sorting it out. I'm just wondering if there's anything at my end I'm doing wrong, like with headphones or anything like that. I'll just read a slide, then I'm talking. So, say public involvement is about defined as research being carried out with or by members of the public, rather than to, about, or for them. Drawing on a distinction made by Involve several years ago. The involvement being about people being actively involved in research, projects, and other than as research participants taking part in research as participants or subjects, and then there's also the engagement. Information and knowledge about research which is shared with the public, creating interest and awareness throughout the study and afterwards.
2, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. How's the level coming through for that? Yeah, I think they're going to be standing back here, so 1, 2, check, 1, 2 is probably better. Yeah? 1, 2, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'll read through the programme, then just tell me when to stop. So yeah, there's a registration and coffee, welcome and introductions with Emma Law, manager, and Tom Rust, the NDN champion. Alzheimer's Scotland, speech with Henry Simmons, CEO of Alzheimer's Scotland. Then there was a session on multiple sclerosis with a trio, Abhishek Bale Person, Mona Simpkins and Xavier Carodal Artau. Then there was Hunting Disease speakers, Dr. Peter Foley, Dr. Louise Cabe, Gillian McNabb, and then there was a coffee break, and then we had the session, 3 short presentations highlighting individuals' research. Should I stop now then? Have you had enough? Okay. Do I need to test sharing the slides, or will that just be okay? I can't share if you haven't authorized it, can I? I don't see where I can share them. Oh, hang on. Screen share. Wait a minute, I'm nearly there. How do I get out? Should I sign off then? Okay.
Nice to see you. Mark, you're next to me now. Because Julie's I mean, she's a real person. What you need, Mark, I think, because then if we save time, Mark has more time. He's the best stuff. Yeah. It works. Yeah. The last. Oh, okay, it makes sense.
Hello, and many thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's try to make a start, because we've got a packed afternoon program, and it'd be good to keep to time as we did this morning. So welcome. I hope that you all managed to find some lunch and something to drink and had a bit of a rest and had your gait measured. There should still be opportunity to do that right at the very end of the day if you'd like to add your data, but I think you may not be included in the summary we'll see at the end of the afternoon, which Donica will be preparing as we speak. We've just had a great morning, haven't we? And the afternoon looks set to be equally interesting and intriguing and entertaining, hopefully. But we're starting with another trio. This is the Parkinson's disease trio, and we do have three people. One of them is a video presentation, hence why there are only two bodies that you see in front of you. But we have James Joplin, and then Julie Jones by video, and then Mark van Krieken. So I'll hand you over to James to start us off.
Thank you. Welcome back from lunch. Lunch in a real place with people. It was giddy and exciting, wasn't it? For anyone on the video, we had karaoke, and everyone who attended in person got a gold bracelet. So you're missing out. Very nice to meet you all in person. My name's James Joplin. I'm the Scotland Director for Parkinson's UK. I'm probably the least important person of the three who are going to be speaking in this trio session. But I've got quite a lot to go through, so I'm going to go a fair pace, if that's all right. Next slide. Just for those of you, many of you may be familiar, some less so, this slide a little bit out of date, but pretty much roughly right. Parkinson's is a condition that around 12,500 people have in Scotland, about 145,000 in the UK. It's the fastest growing neurological condition in the world. The impact on people's lives who are diagnosed with it is significant, it's lifelong, and it's degenerative. So absolutely at the core of what we do is trying to understand the condition better, but have a bigger and faster impact to benefit those people who are living with Parkinson's today. Next slide. Now, we've been talking about involvement all day, and some of you will be very familiar with what that means, but just to clarify it from our own perspective and the way we think about it, is that you've got engagement, which is about sharing information with your audiences, participation, I guess easier to think about when people are taking part in a clinical trial or research study, and involvement. And from our perspective, that's research that's carried out with or by people affected by a health condition, rather than to, about, or for them, very much working in partnership. Next slide. Now, we believe that people with Parkinson's can, and indeed do, play a meaningful role in all stages of the research cycle that you can see here. Now, it's not one approach that we expect to fit all circumstances, and that's going to depend on the research, the time available, and the resources that are available to be committed. But I think this can start even before a researcher applies for a grant. People affected by Parkinson's can help identify questions that are relevant and meaningful to their community. For example, a survey to understand sleep experience and needs of people with Parkinson's, or focus groups to understand experience and needs related to specific symptoms, or share feedback and thoughts on a research idea. People affected by Parkinson's, we believe, can improve grant applications by increasing the readability of lay summaries, help ensure the design of the study is practical for future participants, that the instructions are clear, the tasks are feasible, and practicalities are put in place appropriate for the people you're working with. And people affected by Parkinson's can help manage the research by providing advice or problem solving, by sitting on steering groups, or being involved in undertaking the research itself, by helping to carry out interviews with participants or interpret data. And even when the research is coming to an end, we believe that people affected by Parkinson's can help make those findings accessible to lay audiences and think about the future of that research area and what it means. Next slide. So what does this mean, and how does this happen at Parkinson's UK? Our programme allows us to support researchers and people affected by Parkinson's to work together to improve research across all those areas I've just touched on. We're here to support all researchers working on Parkinson's, not just those that we fund. Now, the first port of call is our patient and public involvement contributor network. But we have lots of other people with lived experience of Parkinson's that we can connect researchers to. And Mark is one of the members of one of our research interest groups that we have 4 across the country. And I've had the benefit in my professional life of having worked in both cancer charities and cardiovascular organisations as big as BHF. And I'd say the enthusiasm and commitment and desire of people with Parkinson's to be involved from beginning to end in our research commitment is stronger than I've experienced in those other health conditions. I don't have an answer for why that is, but I certainly have experienced that in the 5 months I've been in post. I just wanted to add something to this more strategically about the way that Parkinson's is led by and driven by the views and the priorities of people with Parkinson's. Back in 2014, we conducted a UK-wide priority setting process which has been published in the BMJ with 1,000 people who had Parkinson's, trying to understand better what the priorities should be for our future research investment. Subsequent to that, in 2017, we launched a virtual biotech, a drug discovery and development program, a very different approach to investing in research than the traditional grant model. Now, what that's aim is to generate potential to transform lives of people with Parkinson's now, not in the future, but as soon as we can. And since then, we've invested over £17 million. We've had 10 projects, 3 clinical trials. We've got 60 funders globally, and last month we announced the investment of £3 million from the Parkinson Foundation in the US, into this model. Now, our approach and our commitment to that is driven by our community. It's not saying that basic research is not important, but we know where a lot of those pieces of the jigsaw, and we think we know enough, and we're driven by people like Mark, that we need to focus our attention on that translational and clinical application end of the spectrum. So that's where our focus is. Now, without the commitment of the community behind us and their driving force, I don't think we'd be in that place. Next slide. So our patient and public involvement, where does that leave us? Well, we think there's a clear impact, and just that's one quote there from someone who's been involved in our programs, and that's why we think it's important. We think there's a benefit to the research itself. We think it's high quality, it's more relevant, and it's more fundable. And there's an impact as well, positively, on the researchers who work with us and are funded by us, having this opportunity and engagement has improved their experience and commitment to the work itself. New slide. Now, we do work with pharma to improve clinical trials and potential treatments, and there's an example there on the screen and a quote from one of the contributors who was based here in Scotland. We worked with UCB on a number of different projects. In 2019, we hosted a workshop with 14 people with lived experience of Parkinson's to discuss the form of medication to be used in a planned new trial. Now, what did we learn? Well, we learned that it became apparent that sticking to medication schedules requires people to make significant adjustments to their daily lives. We learned that when it comes to the form of a new drug, people voted overwhelmingly in favour of a tablet or capsule over liquid. We learned that people preferred medication to be packaged in blister packs over bottles. But again, there were a number of ways they felt blister packs could be improved. For example, having blisters in multiple packs of 7 would help people keep track of doses more easily. And lastly, there was a common theme that emerged during the day was about the environmental impact of medications. Biodegradable packaging would help people feel more at ease with the trial they were taking part in. So we believe this workshop provided invaluable insights for the team at UCB, and we hope it will lead to making better decisions about medications used in clinical trials. Next slide. So what about the researchers? There's quotes you can read there. Now, obviously, we choose all the really marvellous and exciting and positive ones, but it's not pretending there aren't challenges. This process takes time, requires an open mind, and it's really critical, and I mean, maybe obvious to all of us here, about bearing in mind the impact of the condition itself. Long video engagement sessions might be less than ideal. People like Mark who have full-time jobs, in terms of working out when and how we engage with people rather than assuming daytime is fine for everyone. The requirements of excessive travel, which is particularly relevant in a Scottish context. Now, they might be obvious to us, but they're really important points that underpin why this is so important for us. Next slide. We're now just going to play a quick video with some clips of researchers talking about their experience of working with us in this way.
basic scientist and in the laboratory most of the time, I don't get to meet people affected by Parkinson's.
We're very aware that it's the patients who have first-hand experience with the disease. They live with it every day.
We approached Parkinson's UK and they helped to set up an initial focus group which they facilitated.
We involved people in the development of our grant application.
It was quite a new thing to me. In fact, I didn't know what to expect.
I involved people with Parkinson's in developing the research question, actually by first going out to different Parkinson's branches.
Has it been difficult to find patients interested and willing to do this?
All of these people were recruited through the Parkinson's UK Research Network.
I distributed draft copies of our application to them, and after this they gave us feedback.
We conducted a series of focus groups.
We were able to address those concerns which were potentially going to come up with reviewers.
They provided really good guidance to me about what to include and what not to include.
It was fantastic. I felt so at ease and so relaxed with them, and they were really enthusiastic, which I found really nice.
Be fast. Honestly, the other minute of that is gold dust, and I can send it on to you if you wish. Whistle stop tour of the rest of the ways we involve. As fast as that. So we involve people in both as lay grant reviewers and lay grant coordinators. So that's about reviewing plain English summaries of the research applications we receive, and the coordinators collate the reviews and share the feedback at the panel funding meetings. And that feedback from reviewers is shared with the applicants to help inform their current and future applications. Next slide. Also, critically, we support people to be engaged in research themselves. So we have this on our website. It's an opportunity for people by entering their postcode to find out what clinical trials are available near to them. Next slide. And that's the kind of example of what you can then find when you type in your postcode. It gives information like who can take part, where the study's happening, what's involved, can you do it remotely, or do you need to be there in person? Next slide. Now, participation isn't just a kind of nice to have, it's critical. We ran a campaign earlier this year because there were 5 clinical trials under threat from a lack of participants. And you can see there, by getting together as an organisation, promoting it to our members and people with Parkinson's, we increased the visits to this site, clinical trial pages being viewed by a gazillion% more, and researchers' feedback was really positive too, that they were having communication and contact with people that they wouldn't have had before. Hopefully, now I've got the Time's Up sign, that's given you a flavour of the range of ways that we seek to make sure people with Parkinson's are at the heart of what we do, what we think about, and how we plan our research programmes. Thank you.
Now Julie will appear.
Hello, and many thanks to the NDN for inviting me today to talk about my role in involving people with Parkinson's in research, something I'm particularly passionate about, and I'm just terribly sorry I can't be there with you today to give this presentation in person. But if anybody's got any questions, please do contact me. My email and contact details are on the final slide should anybody wish to get in touch, please do so. So what have I been asked to present today? Really, I'm going to talk about my role within the North of Scotland Research Interest Group, my role within the Participation Steering Group, some involvement I've had with the Research Support Network, and finally talk about user engagement within my own PhD studies, which are coming to the end at the end of this year, which is exciting. So, I am a member of the North of Scotland Parkinson's Research Interest Group Committee, and this is made up of a number of people who have Parkinson's or those whose lives are affected by Parkinson's, as well as healthcare professionals like myself and academics, and we are supported by Parkinson's UK research team in this. There's a number of research interest groups throughout the length and breadth of the UK, and really the purpose of this is to bring together people who are interested in research, either interested in terms of wishing to participate, those who are interested in shaping the direction of research, or really just want to be interested in consuming research findings for their own knowledge and insight and interest. So in terms of what we've been up to with the North of Scotland research interest group. We're the newest kid on the block, one of the newest rigs that have been set up. But in the 18 months we have been engaging, we set up a Facebook page, we set up a Twitter feed, we also have a website. And really we use these in order to share with the membership from the north of Scotland current research that has perhaps been published that may be of interest, research opportunities which are available, and really just to perhaps keep them abreast of what is happening in the research arena, both nationally and globally. We've also run a number of webinars, and again, they're inviting sort of prominent researchers to share with us their work, and in particularly then, and thinking about getting them to share what the impact that will have within the clinical environment. And these again, we go through consensus in terms of what the local community would like to hear about. So we've had talks on the microbiome, we've had talks on the benefits of exercise, we've also had talks on looking at the role of the gut in the pathophysiology of Parkinson's, and these were key things that people up in the north of Scotland were interested to hear about. The other thing that we're in the process of doing is developing some podcasts. So I've had a great opportunity of interviewing some prominent researchers up here in the north of Scotland, with a particular interest in focusing on what their research is, what impact they think it's had, and the impact it's had on clinical practice. And also, as part of this series, we've also looked at them to speak to these researchers about talking to people and the Parkinson's community about what happens when you enroll in a research project, what stages do you go through? And I think we very much recognise that many people are new to participating in research, and hopefully we're hoping that will help reduce some of the anxieties or barriers associated with research participation. So do watch this space. We're hopefully going to publish this series of podcasts before the end of this year, so something for you to look forward to. There's some fantastic people with Parkinson's as part of the steering group also put together a newsletter. I've just put a small example there at the bottom of the slide, and that really summarises current research findings happening locally, research opportunities, and events which are happening in other research interest groups that people in the north of Scotland may wish to participate in. So that's one of the projects that I'm involved with. The other group that I'm involved with, and this is a national group involving people living with Parkinson's throughout the UK, as well as academics, clinicians and researchers. And we form part of the participation steering group, and the remit of this group really is to try and improve research participation amongst the Parkinson's community. And so I've just put on the slide some highlights of some of the key outputs we've had as a group in the last 2 to 3 years, and I have put at the end of the slide web links to these resources should you wish to look at them after today's presentation. So very simply, we put together a leaflet which gives an introduction to taking part in research, and really therefore just provides a resource of what are the common steps that occur when one signs up to a research project, really to make sure that we're managing people's expectation and allowing people to make informed decisions right from the get-go of being involved in research. And these have been supported more recently by video case studies where people have talked about their experience in a wide variety of different research projects, from surveys to drug trials to genetic trials. So these resources are particularly beneficial for those who are new to participating in research. What has guided the steering group committee's work is thinking about what are the barriers to research, and one key barrier to participation is knowing what research projects are out there that one might be eligible for or that they would like to participate in. The Parkinson's UK have put together the Take Part Hub, where you type in your postcode and it brings up all the research opportunities that are available near you. At the moment, it's currently been updated and upgraded so that we can add filters so people can select whether they'd like to participate in online studies or interview-only studies, or whether they would like to be involved in drug trials. So it allows that to make your search strategy or your search requirements more specific to that individual. So that's been a fantastic initiative. So researchers can apply to put to post up their protocol there and their study information, and therefore then the Parkinson's community can be able to locate that through the Take Part Hub. So it's a fantastic resource for both researchers and those with Parkinson's. And finally, this is something that was launched last year and we co-produced with the HRA, is a toolkit for researchers really, and one of the key barriers that people with Parkinson's have told us why they don't participate in research is they never hear from the researchers. What was the outcome of that research? What are they now doing with the data they collected? And so this toolkit is really to make it easier for researchers to share and disseminate their research findings with participants. So we've made a template for them to complete a template for a letter or a newsletter or an update. There's guidance on putting together a blog or a webinar. So all those resources are there to support researchers and save them having to develop that from first principles. And again, that was co-produced with people living with Parkinson's as well as with the HRA, which is fantastic. Finally, something I'm involved with is the Research Support Network, and they produce a regular magazine called Progress, which again summarises research that is currently being produced and disseminated within the Research Forum. And they also run a conference which is run every other year, which again, they have a panel of people living with Parkinson's who are on that panel, and they select and design the programme for that event of key research interest areas that they would like to hear talk about. I was interviewed and fortunate enough to be interviewed by Lauren Miller and Andrew Casey, and along with two other international researchers. And those two individuals who have Parkinson's asked a whole heap of questions about what the current status quo is in regard to exercise and the research and what people with Parkinson's should be doing. So it was very much set up as an interview and then written up within the Progress journal, which is then shared widely with all members of the research community. So again, it's a great example of how people with Parkinson's are involved in dissemination and engaging with researchers at every level. And finally, I was fortunate enough to be awarded a clinical academic fellowship jointly funded by the CSO and Parkinson's UK. And this was really to evaluate the feasibility and acceptability of a telehealth-based physical activity intervention for people with Parkinson's. And really, the whole development of this intervention sprung out due to my involvement with the Parkinson's community telling me that they knew that they wanted to participate in exercise but didn't know how to get started. They didn't know which exercises would be most beneficial for their Parkinson's. It's a very heterogeneous condition, so what's right for one person may not be right for another. But it also sprung out of working with clinicians telling me that they don't have the time to be able to deliver exercise indefinitely to people with Parkinson's. So very much the intervention was developed based on working with the Parkinson's community, and then throughout the actual protocol delivery, people with Parkinson's were involved. I have people with Parkinson's on the steering group committee who have been instrumental in shaping the resources to make sure they were user-friendly. I've involved the community in terms of when we were looking at which tracker to use to measure physical activity. They were involved. And again, they've been involved at data interpretation and been very instrumental in terms of their views of some of the feedback that has come through the data analysis. And then finally, now that I'm at the stage of dissemination, the Parkinson's community are instrumental there in the production of the lay summaries, and also having a steer in terms of where we will disseminate this, the findings, to share not only with the research community, but most importantly, the Parkinson's community as well. So really, at every step there of the research process, they've been integral to the success of this project. But equally, it's been a feasibility and acceptability study, so through the qualitative interviews which have been conducted as part of this, people have been able to give their feedback on how their perceptions of the intervention, which will be used to shape future iterations of this project. So finally, as I said, there's some resources which that I've talked about, and if anybody has got any questions, please feel free to get in contact. I'm more than happy to answer any of your questions. Many thanks.
Good afternoon. I know for myself, attending conferences, this is the graveyard slot after lunch. People start falling asleep. I was diagnosed with, we don't know what it causes it, Parkinson's, sometimes also referred to as idiopathic. And why the tulips? That's where I came from. Did you know that the pesticides that may be used on tulips and hyacinths, etc., which I have been extensively exposed to, could be one of the causes of my Parkinson's. How do I do it? Move? Sorry. No, hold on, yeah. So, what would I be talking about? I'm not going to talk this whole list. I'm going to talk a bit about what living with Parkinson's means for me, what research means for me, and how people can be involved. But a key question that plays through this for a person living with Parkinson's is, how am I being defined? I'm a landscape architect. I'm not a person with Parkinson's. That's how I want to be defined. I am a landscape architect. How long can I keep that up? How long will I be able to see myself of that, first and foremost? You need to get involved. Is there any advantage in having Parkinson's? Yes, 2. I can now join the fast lane at airports, and even when I want to see the golf in St. Andrews, my son-in-law said, "You've got Parkinson's, we're going that way." And we zipped through past 5,000 people who were queuing. Yeah, it's quite nice. Also, if you know Parkinson's, you've got a blank expression, so I am brilliant at poker. But the rest I can do without. The farting, the sticking, the soft voice, not being able to read your handwriting, you name it. Getting stuck by freezing on a zebra crossing is no fun. And this starts when you are being diagnosed. From diagnosis to death, I have Parkinson's. I presented a fascinating history in the consultant who diagnosed me. Fascinating, not fascinating to me, I can tell you. Extrapyramidal syndrome, what is that? Actually, when I read it this morning, I thought, I've never looked it up. I still don't know what it is. Most likely cause. Is a syndrome a cause of Parkinson's? I don't know. And I had written to him in 2006, because I was young. It gave me some concern. Yeah, it gave me a lot of concern. I didn't talk about it for the next 6 years. Until I began to realize we must do something. We need to get involved in research. We need to engage. We need to participate. We need to join trials. And I started off with fundraising. When I was going to turn 60, I said I want to raise X amount of money for Parkinson's research because there's not enough of that done. And that put yourself in a position of moving, of being proactive. From that flowed getting involved in research, the Research Support Network, the Dundee Research Interest Group, other committees, etc. And I was a lay reviewer of some grant applications. But are there obstacles? Yeah, there are certain obstacles. One is you need to be an acronym expert. I give you 10 out of 10 if you know without any fail what all these acronyms mean. Parkinson's UK, people and patient involvement, patient engagement council, patient advisory group, patient-focused medicine development. Here we go. University of Dundee Medical Research Council Protein Phosphorylation and Ubiquitination Unit. I keep on saying to Dario, you've got to change that name. European Patient Academy for Therapeutic Innovation. I'm a fellow of that. And Alliance of Science Across Parkinson's. Now the latter is quite important because they join hands. What are the difficulties? Well, you as scientists have got certain skills that I certainly not have. I haven't got the knowledge, I haven't got the skills. Language. How can we talk about the same thing and you speak a different language than I do? There's not a Dutch person in the room. We can speak Dutch, but the rest of you won't understand us. Confidence. Can we have confidence in our views or not? My illness continues to degenerate, or I'm continuing to be degenerate. So I'm getting worse, so I might be less able. Did I do something? I may be less able to continue to do some of the activities that I currently can. And as I said, there's inequality, but it's a type of inequality that is not the same as you commonly use in social sciences. It's an inequality because I'm working as a landscape architect still full-time, I haven't got a full-time research job. Your job as researcher is you're working full-time, and my time is therefore disproportionately low. And I think this is a real issue for research and participation of people with the illness, that inequality. Now, patients are at the heart of everything we do. I'm sick of reading that, because it's not true. No shareholders are in the context of pharma, a lot. And I'm not saying there's not a lot of good things happening, of course there is. But I have certainly experienced that patients are not at the heart of everything we do. Because a 4-hour meeting is arranged, and people with MS can't sit still for 4 hours. No drinks are arranged, no understanding of the illness in arranging things. And if we say, can we meet the board? No, we have a special department for patient involvement. It's the board I want to talk to, because if they don't buy into it, then it's only the special department. Stimulating, though, is the fantastic amount of people, number of people who are very positive, working their socks off to help us cure Parkinson, or arrest it, or stop it, or slow it down, or whatever. There are thousands of scientists doing that. But sadly, again, some don't actually want to share that information because of the way the scientific world is set up. Waiting for your paper to be published in a Lancet is worth a lot in your career. Let's face it, it's the truth. But when we all had COVID, why did the scientists win? Why did we sort it? One, we knew it was a vaccine. We knew it was a virus. So that was a good starting point. Two, it happened everywhere across the globe. So everybody had similar interest. And three, there was a real urgency because everybody was under threat. That's why the scientists worked together. And there was different arguments about commercial. Remember it? AstraZeneca versus Pfizer versus whoever. Did you get an AstraZeneca or did you get a Pfizer? Commercial aspects. You can't go about that. The Alliance of Science across Parkinson's, however, which is a huge research program funding, I believe, 22 grants of $27 million each, of which one is held in Dundee, is particularly contingent on the commitment of the scientists to work together. And that I find really very stimulating. So why should we be involved in your research? Because you will never know what it feels like to have Parkinson's. Why should I be placing trust in you? It's because I will never know how hard you work and how committed you are and how you go about trying to solve this issue. We are partners, but we have different jobs. You have a research job, I'm a landscape architect. The best way to sum this up is quoting from Caitlin Brown. She was a student from Yale. She came over to Dundee, and she was sponsored by the Dundee Research Interest Group because we raise money for local connections, particularly for summer placements of students. Caitlin said, "Time's up." She didn't say that. I say thank you, Caitlin. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much to both of you and to Julie in absentia. I I am... I'm not going to use the word patience, but I am going to say that the network, what we're hoping to do, and I can say this because we're not pharma, is putting people with lived experience at the centre of what we do. Perhaps we don't do that entirely successfully now, but that's certainly our aim and our intention. And one of the main commitments we made in the strategy we launched last year is that we do want to put people with lived experience at the centre of everything that we do. And one of the ways that we do this is through our Partners in Research group, who are... I was trying to think of a fitting metaphor, but they're just fantastic, is the simplest way to say it. And this next slot is about their role in co-production. They are led by Rosie, who takes the lead on all of this work. And I have been... what's the word? I've just thoroughly enjoyed every involvement I've had with the partners, and I think what they bring to the network is absolutely amazing. So the next slot is about them, and I'm really looking forward to it. And so could you please welcome them?
We're going to share the mic. That's the plan. You got the slides? Because there's a giant video on them. No, last. I'm going to get you to skip it and then come back to it. Okay. Depending on time. So, while Neil loads the slides, I'm Rosie, and as you've already heard, I do Partners in Research and have a massive love for co-production and finding ways to get people involved. And Mike has come to join us today. Do you want to tell everyone about yourself?
Yeah, apart from what Rosie's put down in the document about myself, I actually started this 3 years ago, not long after I've been diagnosed with dementia. In fact, the person who diagnosed me is actually sitting in the audience, Dr. Powell. And after I was diagnosed, I thought, I'm not going to let this beat me. I'm going to join it. So I started looking at all the different sites about work in dementia, and being an ex-student at Stirling University, so I hooked on to Stirling, and then joined up with Louise, who actually just started a project on the life-changing trust, and they were looking for co-researchers. So the next thing, I was on board, and 2.5 years later, we got the thing done. And in between that time, I was introduced to Rosie, and that's how she got me. I wouldn't say rope into it, but that's how she got me into doing all the works that we're talking about this afternoon.
I think you can say roped into, because almost every activity that we do, I manage to get Mike on board. So I know what one of the slides says, so I'll just wing it if you want. So essentially, we do a range of different types of research, and the level of involvement people can have varies. One of the main things we tried to make sure of is that there wasn't a kind of inclusion or exclusion criteria for people being involved. If you're interested, get involved. Because we know with things like clinical trials, there's very rightly quite a lot of inclusion and exclusion criteria. So it started with kind of reviewing research materials, didn't it? And just giving feedback and trying to see what we had going on. And then it seems to have just grown arms and legs. There we go. Do you want to skip to that? That's it. Where we then started looking at other ways that we could involve people. Can you skip 2 slides? So before, I thought it shouldn't just be my voice. We've got lots of people involved. So I'll show you a video just shortly. But just so you know some of the activities that we currently have going on. The first one is a network grant where myself and my colleague Miles and our partners in research have been involved in trying to get people with an interest in co-production, or who maybe have some research experience or kind of cross paths with research, to talk to us about what their understanding of these things are, so that we can pull together a Scottish strategy for co-production. So far we found networking, it's really hard to pull everyone together because we're all just trying to get our own things done, and having that time can be really difficult. If you are interested, we have leaflets somewhere.
I believe we do. On the NDN stall.
On the NDN stall, that has more details. We obviously are doing conference presentations. One of the things that has possibly been the bane of Mike's life is the literature review, which, so myself, two people with dementia, and Denise Monroe and Rose Vincent have been trying to basically scope for as much literature on co-production and patient public involvement. But we've also been looking, you in particular, Mike, at the kind of grey literature and literature that's maybe not in academic journals, but actually we know there's these really good examples, so trying to pull those together. A big thing that has a looming deadline, so I might look a little bit scared of it, is we have been really lucky to have an agreement with Palgrave to publish a book that includes the experiences of our partners in research. And within that, we've kind of weaved in some topics of key importance. So a big one that I know you were a big part of, Mike, was this idea that people say you don't look like you have dementia. So talking about the experiences people like yourself have had with that, sharing what that's meant for people, and then having their stories. So then I'm going to get you to go back one, because I'm aware of timing. So I thought, instead of just hearing from us, we'll hear a little bit more from our other partners in research, and then I'll let you add anything else you want to add in, Mike. Is that all right?
I think the main thing about the co-research is we are equal partners. We value each other's opinion. We value each other's suggestion. We do reject some of them as well, mainly from Rosie, you know. But I think the big thing about it is the equal partnership that is so important in co-research and partnership, you know.
Absolutely. Do you want to sit down while the video's on?
Yeah, thanks.
What I hope comes from collaborations like this is a shared sense of purpose. And as I say, you know, there are things we all want and that I think are givens in terms of cures, in terms of pharmaceutical help. But when I look at what research is undertaken, that is the vast majority of research. And there is much less research into how to live well with dementia, how to cope with all the differing symptoms. Sometimes those little things are really confounding for us folk. I think fundamentally what I'm hoping is that this is something which kind of bridges the gap, really. It bridges the gap between the academic world of research and the nitty-gritty lives that we live.
His focus was on let people know. That was always his, he would say to friends that we met quite openly, "Oh, I have dementia. It doesn't mean I have to be locked away and forgotten about. Please still include me in various things that are going on." So I think there's got to be an inclusiveness for the people who are going through the dementia journey.
I firmly believe that they need to engage with us. They need to sit in the same room as us. They need to listen to what we have to say. There are many reasons for all neurological illnesses, and there's no one cure. And I really think we have to waken them up to the academic research is important, I agree, but it's not the only type of research that you need. You need to know exactly how people have felt, what they've seen, what they've experienced.
Hearing is different than listening. Mm-hmm. They hear us, the professionals, but they don't listen to us. Mm-hmm. On the last interview that I had at the memory clinic, I knew more about this condition than the person that was interviewing me. Yeah, we'd like to be in the driving seat, there's no doubt about it, but we still need a sat-nav, you know? We are prepared to do the talking, we're prepared to do the donkey work, but we need a platform where we can sort of put our point across and have a voice. So if somebody is prepared to provide us that, you know, I'm prepared to do whatever, because you see, at the end of the day, it's the same thing. We've got a goal, and that goal is that we want to do something about this horrible illness, this horrible condition. And the only way to do something about it is by talking to people with it.
To me, a partner in research is that we're entering the platform in equals. It's not about us against them. It's about us sharing our
life experience. I think that's the whole idea of partner research. We have got to learn from each other. It's not us against them. We've got to work together as a team. I think that's the whole idea of this project. There are so many experiences that we can contribute towards the research. That's why I like to see that you would accept or listen to us. That's one of the things that the guys were talking about. I'm pretty sure you will listen to us. I mean, you listen to us anyway, Rosie, don't you?
We have to have balanced discussions, because a lot of the people with the lived experience, whether they're carers or people living with a diagnosis of something, they have a need to express their emotions and their feelings, etc. And once you get that out of the way, so to speak, and everybody understands the background of where people are coming from, that's when the researchers can move forward, and that's where learning together comes from. But researchers are human beings too, so they need to give us a wee bit about their human side as well, so that we're working together as a team, as human beings. I would like to see changes made so that when we're researching, we know who the outcome is for. It has to make a difference to the person and the research that you're doing. If it doesn't make a difference, then I don't want to participate. I think we need to make it more simple, even for the academics, so that they could get on with the appropriate research to give an outcome to families and professionals doing a job. So there's lots of good things going to come out of this, and a lot that we don't know yet, so we'll all be learning from one another. And that's why I think, with the expertise round the table and sitting and all the wee events that you're going to have in that, bringing it together, this book should be an academic bestseller, and I only hope it's done in my lifetime of dementia.
Know the person that's actually talking to you. Get to know the person. Do the homework on it. And I think the important things I've written now here is, number one is trust, respect, understand, and communicate in a dementia-friendly language, if you like. If you met one person with dementia, you met one person with dementia. Now, they always say that, but nobody practices it. There are times when we are living with the condition. There are times when we are struggling with the condition. There are times when we're trying to come to terms with the condition. And there are times when we are suffering with the condition. And all that can happen to a person with dementia within short spell of time.
The legacy of partner research would open up doors into things like heart diseases, cancer, and all that. They could see, oh, hang on a minute, the dementia group has done something really useful in terms of partner research. We could do something like that,
The amount of experience that was on this Zoom, right, is amazing in the research field, not just lived experience, but actually doing and participating, collaborating, and like with the pioneers, actually instigating research. So that's great. But your academic and educational skills at the partnering with us makes it more powerful. So together we are stronger, and if we can get that out to other researchers about how it makes your research more powerful, and it's worth the effort at the beginning to get to see the humanness of it, and then build from there a strong foundation, and then build from there. We are making a difference. Together we are going to make a difference,
Minute warning. So just going to add, do you want to skip to one back? There's lots of voices who aren't in that video, and we've got some of their pictures and a bit about them on one of the posters outside. Just to also flag that we are in the early building processes of a similar group that focuses in on care homes, which is known as Rich Voices, and there'll be more information about that at the Enrich conference next month. And just for me to say thank you to Emma and Tom for prioritising this work and making it a huge part of the strategy, because that's also why we've been able to move so far forward really in just a short space of time. So we're very grateful for that, and to all the partners in research. Have you got anything you'd like to add, Mike?
No, that's fine. You've said
You're happy with that? Fabulous. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
So much, Mike.
Thank you, both of you, and to all the partners in research. And just to reiterate what a privilege it is to work with them. And if anybody would like to become a partner in research or knows someone who would like to become a partner in research, please speak to Rosie afterwards. If you don't get a chance, email the network and we'll put you in touch, because I find them a fun group to work with, so I imagine being a partner in research is even more fun. So could I invite our next trio to come up, please? The motor neuron disease trio, Rachel Maitland, Sivanka Pal, and Steve Garrett.
Steve Garrett will be presenting online.
Aha, okay, perfect. Do you know, is he first or last or?
Official diagnosis was December 2016. Prior to that, we went through probably 6 to 8 months of tests. So from day one when we got diagnosed, I thought, right, the problem is MD. There's not a lot out there to help people with MD. So I'll go and try and find a solution.
Motor neuron disease is a devastating diagnosis to receive. Typically, somebody will die within 2 to 3 years of having their first symptoms.
We know that MND arises in different people for different reasons, so it's not one disease in the sense it has one cause. So we're dealing with a complexity at every level, including the kind of treatment we need is going to be complex too.
We will leave no stone unturned to find out what the best research is that's going to make the biggest difference in the quickest time for patients. That's so important to us.
Perhaps the greatest impact of Doddy and his foundation is the sense of controlled urgency and the idea of adopting new and radical and sometimes disruptive ways to getting the job done.
Breaking down MND into its subtypes is enabling us to target therapies specifically, and some of the genetic therapy trials that have happened recently, we haven't got the final results yet, but the phase 2 results look really, really encouraging.
We now understand something about the genetics of the disease, why people get it. We understand some of the pathways that are involved, and actually this is now converging into some really solid information which allows you to take drugs and target the right pathways.
We're now at a tipping point where we can bring together all these new exciting potential medicines and new ways of doing trials.
Research is extremely expensive, so having the support of a foundation like the My Name's Doddy Foundation is crucial, because it means that we have the money and therefore the flexibility and the speed to really respond to new scientific challenges and to getting staff when we want to do a clinical trial very rapidly.
We may not develop an overnight cure, but I think step by step we will be able to slow down the progression of the disease and give patients a much greater quality of life and life expectancy.
MND is not incurable, it's just underfunded. So if we can put the right funding with the right people, and we know who those people are, and we know that they've got pipeline projects coming through, if we can invest in those, we can make a real difference.
I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you for your support and generosity. It's been amazing. It's allowed the foundation to fund major trials, and not only that, allowed us to fund people with MND who need our help. We need to keep going till we find a cure and get rid of MND, but to date, thank you. Take care, love to all.
On behalf of the Ian MacDonald Centre, I want to welcome you all to Edinburgh. I believe this is the largest ENCOS ever, and it is wonderful that you are all together in person and not meeting virtually. Making progress with MND research is important for a number of reasons. As you all know, it's a particularly brutal, devastating disease in its impact. The nature of the disease and the lack of treatments other than ventilation mean it's a difficult diagnosis for people to come to terms with. The average lifespan for someone with MND is 2.5 years. I think that should always be borne in mind while discussing ethics and trial design. We need to find ways to reduce the mountains of red tape. MND isn't a rare disease. It touches thousands of people in the UK every year. There's the cost to society, tying up resources that are scarce, and more importantly, the emotional cost and burden which patients and families bear for the rest of their lives. Clinical trials are crucial to make progress. The huge uptake in participation levels are a sign of how patients value clinical trials. It's not a given that people will put their trust in conventional medicine. Many look to alternative therapies for the simple reason that's where they are given, and in some cases, oversold hope. Patients regularly travel overseas for unregulated phakic stem cell treatment at the cost of tens of thousands of pounds. I'm not scoffing at all alternative therapies because some people find comfort in them, but I do think the lack of treatments available pushes people unnecessarily towards alternatives. So it's important that conventional medicine and clinical trials start to offer real hope. People want to put their faith in you in medical research. That's starting to happen. It's an enormous challenge, but that shouldn't deter you. There are many incredibly smart people who are devoting their lives to MND research. The more, the better. Please know that it's appreciated hugely. Please keep going, keep collaborating and innovating. And don't forget, we are here and want to help. There's an army of thousands of the most highly motivated people out here. Thanks to all of you. You are making a difference to people's lives with every discovery you make and every PhD student or postdoc you mentor. We'll find the cure one day. Whether it's you yourself or based on the foundations you have laid, I'm convinced we can do it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. And can I just say thank you to all of you that have already spoken. I've learned such a lot already. And we're also on this journey of integrating lived experience, but I've really picked up some great learning tips that we will be taking forward at MND Scotland. So thank you. Those of you that are familiar with MND Scotland may realise that we have a bit of a different look on the screen. I'm quite excited because not only is this the first real people conference I've been to in a while, it's also the first one with our new branding. So that's why we look slightly different. The cornflower that we used to have has gone, and we've replaced it with the hand of support with our tagline of making time count, which is what we're all about at MND Scotland. And I'd actually just like to start off by saying thank you to Dodie and Ewan MacDonald for their introduction there. So, a few facts. What is motor neuron disease? You've heard from Dodie and Ewan there. It's a rapidly progressing neurological condition. An average life expectancy post-diagnosis is on average 18 months, but it does vary. Everybody's experience of MND is very different, but people may lose the ability to walk, to talk, to speak, to eat unaided. There's no substantial treatment nor cure currently, and at any one time there are 400 people living in Scotland with motor neuron disease, and there's a 1 in 300 lifetime risk of contracting it. And I hear a lot from people that say, but I don't know anybody with motor neuron disease. How is that possible? Sadly, that is down to the prevalence and the fact that this is so rapidly progressing that people do die very quickly after diagnosis. So next slide, please. So just a whistle-stop tour of what MND Scotland do. MND Scotland are unique in that we are the only charity in Scotland that are privileged to provide direct support to people with motor neuron disease, their friends and their families. We provide practical, financial and emotional support. We invest in cutting-edge research, and you'll hear a bit more from Savanka about that as well. We campaign, like many of you in the room, for the best possible outcomes. And we also fundraise so that we can continue to do the work that we do. I wouldn't be here today without the support of our fantastic fundraisers that go out and do ridiculous things, sit in baths of baked beans and trek the Himalayas and all of these kinds of things. So I really just wanted to mention that as well. We really appreciate the support. So I came in as Chief Exec of MND Scotland last year from the dark side of the corporate world. And at that time, it was MND Scotland's 40th anniversary, so it was a great opportunity for us just to pause and think about where we'd come in the last 40 years and where we wanted to go in the future. And just really have a rethink about how we wanted to take that the charity forwards. And so in June this year, we launched our new strategy, Making Time Count, and you'll see it's so important to us that it is the tagline on our main branding you saw on the first slide. It does put people affected by MNT at the very heart of what we do, not just those with the condition, but their family and friends, as I said. And it seeks to integrate lived experience across all aspects of our organisation to inform everything that we do at every level. So how are we doing it? Let's start with research. That looks like a very strange angle from here. I'm sure it's straight to you. Having no substantive treatment nor cure is devastating for people with motor neuron disease, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Research is therefore vitally important. And for people living with motor neuron disease right now, clinical research developments may sadly happen beyond their own lifetime. But research offers hope and possibility, the opportunity for them to get involved and use their own skills and experience. And it's, of course, enormously altruistic, a commitment to make life better for people that come after them. We fund a variety of research projects, and some of them are up there for you to see. Some are lab-based and aim to identify new targets for development of potential therapies, whilst others aim to improve the care and quality of life, and where people with MND can get involved. There's a real range there. We heard about Brain Bank earlier. We're also involved in funding Brain Bank. We are developing things with our consultant neurologists, easy for me to say, and clinical MND specialists. We support researchers and academics across the country. And obviously, we're the major funder of the MND clinical trial that Savanka will talk about shortly. Next slide, please. MND affects every part of a person's life. And so to make sure that we're looking at and offering the right support and funding the right things, we're starting to involve people right across the organisation in policy and campaigning, including social research, in co-designing services where people who've been affected by particular issues can take part, and in reviewing and shaping everything that we do, including what research we fund. As an organisation, we're in the real early stages of this. It's new for us, and as I doubt I need to tell you, it's incredibly important, and many of you have talked around that this morning. We're constantly listening and learning, and so I'm sure there are things that, as I go through, you might think, oh, you're missing this, you're missing that. I would really love you to come and speak to me about that. And Gabrielle King, who's at the back of the room now and is manning our stall later on, she is our involvement lead on this, so we'd be really delighted just to do a bit of networking with you on things that we can take on board. Okay, yep, great. In terms of scientific research, we've started to involve people in our peer reviewing funding applications. It's relatively new, but we've already learned an enormous amount about this, and it's enabled us to bring in different perspectives when we're thinking about how we take this forward in terms of assessing suitability and making funding decisions. Recently, for example, one peer reviewer asked that post-study support is included for those who are recruited and also those that can't take part. We've also come to recognise the need to support the emotional labour that's involved in peer reviewers. And so that got us thinking not only about what the kind of debriefing package we offer looks like, but also how we can recognise and build and support throughout the whole process. We're also often asked to support research studies with recruitment, and we were very aware that this can become burdensome for people taking part. So we've put in place a formal process to ensure that research studies are accessible, will accommodate the needs of people with MND, don't overburden them, and will also ensure that those taking part get updates and outcomes. And that's really, really critical for us, because for those living with this disease, it sadly means that they may not still be with us at the end of the study. And so it's really, really important that they get feedback as they go through. For any research that we fund, such as our PhD studentships, a version of this form can also be completed at the point of application so that we can actively support awardees to involve people right from the outset. Talking research in a broader sense and considering how we involve people in our own research, we're currently undertaking a project completed in whatever form is accessible for people to establish what matters most. And we're doing this across Scotland and also Ireland in conjunction with the Irish MNDA. While we've always asked people what they needed, we're now making it a formal and fundamental part of what we're doing and giving it its important proper recognition going forwards. The questions for the work were discussed with and reviewed by people with MND, and the feedback's allowed us to better frame and focus elements of the study, making any data that we receive back more informative. And from there, we will be co-producing services such as our new bereavement support offering. Next slide, please. An important reflection in doing this work and in our previous social research has been holding space to recognise that people are so much more than their diagnosis, and Mark alluded to that in his speech earlier. It's also about providing opportunities to enable the wealth of experience that people have in other areas to be visible. And that's not always accounted for when we talk about involvement. For example, we recently had somebody living with MND take part in our housing adaptations and accessibility study. And he initially came on board to talk about his own experience, but it then came to light that he actually had years and years of experience with building regulations, and we hadn't been aware of that. So it's about identifying these wider skills that people can bring that really, really inform the work that we do and make it even more powerful. For us, involvement is about meeting people where they are and holding space for them to contribute and be listened to. Next slide. Yep. I just wanted to finish by expressing what a privilege it's been to be able to learn from those living with MND and to think about how we can support and involve them better. Involving people with MND has particular sensitivities, and my take home from doing this work is that our aim is always to be involved people in a way that's meaningful for them, and that will look very different depending on who it is that we're talking to. Some people may get involved in regular conversations and be able to actively shape and follow the development of particular conversations. Others may respond to a survey, an email, a poll, or have a short chat. In the context of a rapidly progressing disabling terminal illness, it's never a matter of putting levels of involvement in a hierarchy, but rather making space for everyone and meeting them where they are. Every contribution is valued and valuable, and they all matter. Thank you.
Hi, afternoon. My name is Savan Kapal, and I'm a clinical neurologist with an interest in various neuroprogressive disorders. And thanks to Emma and Tom for the invitation here today. It was really nice actually to reconnect with Abhishek and Michael, who I've met in my neurology clinics over the last decade, with people who are thriving now, having had the misfortune of seeing me in clinic for their diagnosis earlier. But the focus of my talk this afternoon is on motor neuron disease, and Rachel set the scene really nicely. Next slide, please. To discuss the background of this difficult problem. So all of the disorders we're talking about here today are devastating. One of the key challenges for people living with motor neuron disease is the combination of physical symptoms and rapidity of decline, really, associated with cognitive problems as well. And we've heard that the life expectancy of people living with motor neuron disease is really limited at 2 to 3 years, but one in 3 dying within a year and 50% actually dying within 2 years of diagnosis. So a really devastating rate of decline. Next slide, please. And the really crucial thing against this background is that there's only one licensed treatment that we have in the UK that was licensed over 25 years ago. And despite the best efforts of a number of clinical research teams globally over the last decade, we haven't found any better treatments. And the reason for that has been a number of different things, but one of them being that we haven't really had the major opportunity for people living with motor neuron disease to participate in studies. Many of the studies before have been too limited in their inclusion criteria. The rates of change of people's symptoms have meant that it's been difficult for people to participate in trials. When people have participated, they've often had to drop out because of the challenges of taking part for regular assessments. So what we understood several years ago is that we need to improve how people participate, but then also think about how we innovate in trial design. Next slide, please. So when we've thought about this, what we've realized is that people living with the disease are really at the heart of all our research activity. And we've heard a lot about this in various of the sessions today, but people who live with the condition are the most vocal advocates for raising awareness of the unmet needs. And we've heard about active PPI groups which have been used to define the important research questions. I mean, too often it's been the researchers who've thought about what the research questions should be. And then once those research questions have been defined, how do we shape the study design and make protocols for research more participant-centred? Increasingly, we've had active patient groups that have supported us with regulatory approvals, so the Research Ethics Committee approvals and approvals from the medicines regulators, the MHRA. So that with complex trial designs that I'll come on to talk about, it's been really important that we've had a clear understanding of patient information sheets and consent forms. We've heard today about representation on research steering committees, and also design of studies that are really seeking participant feedback when they're in studies. And from Rachel just now about how it's important that when we apply for funding applications that people living with the condition give feedback as to how robust the applications are and how we can improve on study design. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start off by talking about the Scottish MND Register, which is a real strength of Scotland. It's a homegrown project, and this was the first global register for people living with MND and first launched in the late 1980s and then rebooted with the help of funding from MND Scotland and awareness from Scottish Government in 2015. And this allows us to follow up people living with MND right from diagnosis to death. And we have 99% case ascertainment in Scotland, and over the last decade it's supported a number of observational studies to learn about symptoms and how they progress. But crucially, it's also supported tissue banking to understand about genetic causes. And one of the key strengths that we have in Scotland now is people sign up for the most really generous donation that they can make, which is brain and spinal cord donation. And we have over 120 people who've contributed to this, which has led to a much better understanding of the underlying biological basis of motor neuron disease. But really what people obviously want who are living with this condition are better treatments. That's the key thing. So next slide, please. And the trial that we've launched now 2 years ago, MND Smart, was co-produced alongside people living with MND. And really after open consultation, what we realized is that the overwhelming majority of people living with MND want the opportunity to participate in clinical trials. And they draw comparisons with cancer, where if you're diagnosed with cancer, you do have an opportunity to participate in not just one or two, but a suite of different studies over the course of your illness. And so the opportunity to participate in trials should really be the standard of care, not just an optional bolted-on extra in a few centres around the UK. And we wanted to design trial criteria that were inclusive, and people living with MND fed back to us that they wanted drugs that could be given as liquids, that could be given in more advanced stages of the disease. And also they wanted to reduce the amount of appointments or travel time to clinic and use technologies. This was even before the pandemic, thinking about how we could use technology for video conferencing based follow-ups. And so we've tried to meet all of these challenges, and we have liquid drug delivered to people's homes with video conferencing based follow-up, and we're trying hard now to introduce new measures for digital technology for remote follow-up. Next slide, please. So we've had to obviously come up with a big interdisciplinary team ranging from drug discovery to trial design and statistics and how we deliver clinical trials. But the key people that have been involved in this are people living with the condition, and they're the key members of the trial design team. Next slide, please. So the details of this slide don't matter, but this is a really innovative trial design that we've launched now, which is a multi-arm, multi-stage trial. So we're testing more than one active drug at the same time, and a number of neurological disorders are following this pattern, including in Parkinson's and dementia and multiple sclerosis. And we have interim analysis points where we can have a look at how the drugs are working in comparison to the placebo arm. And we have standard outcome measures that will look at if a drug is failing, we can stop it early on and substitute with a new drug, which is one of the strengths and the efficiencies of this so-called MAMS, multi-arm, multi-stage design. Next slide, please. And when we launched just before the pandemic in February 2020, we had a major media attention, which we were really not expecting. It ended up being the lead story on the 6 o'clock BBC News nationally and then the 10 o'clock news. And since we launched, we've had over 2,000 people living with MND in the UK sign up to participate in the study, which represents over a quarter of people living with this condition. Next slide, please. And where we are just now is that we have opened at 17 sites across the UK, all the way from Inverness in the north, and Javier's here representing the Inverness principal investigator, all the way to Exeter in the south. And we've recruited people from places like the Orkney Isles and the Isle of Wight, where actually people have never taken part in neurological trials before because of the nature of the trial design. And we're almost at 400 participants. Now, recruitment rate has been, thanks to the input from participants, almost 400. And we've had a very low rate of dropout, and again, we think this reflects the study design, which has been co-produced with people living with the condition. Next slide, please. And as we've gone on in the last 2 years, we've learned even more from people living with MND and participants of the study. Through COVID, we've innovated further, and we've introduced more protocol amendments, including remote appointments, more e-consenting, really people, it's trying to reduce the burden of participants who are having to live with a progressive condition, and really we don't want to be taking up more of their time or repeating tests. So if they have some measures done as part of routine clinical care, we don't need to repeat them in the trial. And similarly, if we have tests that are done as part of the trial, we can share that with clinical care teams, and that's worked very effectively. Next slide, please. One of the things that's helping us learn more about motor neuron disease and what causes it and how we might be better at treating it is to learn a bit more about the biology of the disease, and this has been helped by collecting blood and other samples over the duration of the trial. And this has been something that people with MND have supported, but also they support membership of the Tissue Steering Committee that looks at applications that come in from researchers to do studies on these samples. Next slide. And this has led to establishing a national community. So we now have a community of 17 sites. We'll be opening in Northern Ireland soon, another site in London, and a couple on the south coast in Brighton and Poole. And it has really led to a buzz amongst individuals who live with the condition, but also clinical researchers. Next slide, please. And you can see here from some of the representative quotes from people living with MND who are participating in the study that really being able to participate in MND Smart has offered a sense of hope that really wasn't there before. Thanks, next slide. So we have a couple of bespoke studies that are really focusing in directly on the attitudes and experiences of participants and caregivers, continuously trying to improve how we design and deploy further protocol amendments and to make the study protocol more patient-centered. Next slide, please. And we've published a protocol for an observational study which is looking at the factors that influence why people participate in trials and why they also drop out. So we have a team that are interviewing people at regular time periods and also at the end of the study if they drop out or if they come to the natural conclusion to continuously try and improve. So that's my time up, and I think it's just a summary slide here just to say that we've been tremendously successful in launching despite the COVID pandemic, but really the success has been due to co-production alongside people living with MND. It's encouraged high rates of recruitment, retention and participant satisfaction, and we've really accelerated innovation in trials, and what we're doing has been templated by a number of other conditions. Thanks very much. Thank you.
So I think this is a technical pause where the various whizzes set up unknown technology, which sounds like it might be in place, so that we can have a video call in. Because Steve Garrett, who's the third member of the trio, is going to be, through the wonder of technology, as we've already heard, which is applied in the MND Smart trial, going to be joining us.
He's online. I just don't have a microphone to tell him to start, so I've sent him a message. Hopefully,
Will he be appearing up here?
He will be.
Oh, great. Okay. Lovely. So, when Steve is ready, we'll look forward to hearing from him.
I'm hoping you can see and hear me. It's Steve Garrett here. Can you confirm you can see the slides that I'm sharing? Could you perhaps put a note in the chat? Oh, good, thank you very much. So, good afternoon. My name's Steve Garrett. I'm a MND, recently been an MND carer for a little over a year. And so I'm going to talk about our family's experience with motor neuron disease. The lady on my left is my wife, Judy, who was diagnosed in February of 2021 and died in January of this year. The guy on the right is me. And these photos were taken during a family photo shoot, which I'll tell you about later. I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to speak to you to share our family's experience. So the key messages I'd like to share today are living with motor neuron disease is a very fast-paced family journey from diagnosis to death. It's crowded with interactions, growing impediments and administration. And as well as that, there's a real need to make time count, to use the saying of MND Scotland, motto of MND Scotland. So any research must obviously be mindful of all these other factors. And I'm going to go through some of these factors in a little bit more detail. First of all, about me. I'm bringing to this my experience as a scientist. I'm a PhD scientist. I've had a 30-year career in business, including involvement in several leadership teams of very large businesses and also not-for-profit and charity board membership and presidency. As I said, I've also been an MND carer, and I'm currently a full-time musician. The overarching emotion and attitude I try to bring to this is actually gratitude. We had tremendous proactive support from NHS, both the GP surgery, the hospital, ARI in Aberdeen, and services, and Aberdeenshire Council. MND Scotland helped us a lot through it, and our communities were tremendous. So one of the messages I'd like you to bear in mind as well as I go through this is our experience is probably about as good as it gets. And if there were other impediments or issues people were dealing with their lives, such as housing, health issues, a working spouse, whatever, then you can just compound that and layer that on top of what I'm going to describe. So I'm pleased to talk today to give a little bit back to MND Scotland, and I've also been helping with the housing report, No Time to Lose, which was released recently. I've helped with peer review of research proposals, not from a scientific perspective, but from the perspective of a family, and helped with the peer review of questionnaires, and also been involved in fundraising. We set up a Just Giving page in Judy's name, and one thing, as I mentioned, our communities have been amazing, and one thing that completely unbeknownst to me popped up was some postbox toppers in her memory to raise funds for MND Scotland through the Just Giving page. In particular, Judy was a yoga teacher and worked at the library. She loved reading to the kids, and somebody I didn't even know in her memory made these amazing knitted postbox toppers to symbolise her reading to the kids. and Mr. Men, Peter Rabbit, and Harry Potter as example of the books that she loved to read. So incredibly moving support from the community, which then raised many hundreds of pounds for M&D Scotland as part of our overall fundraising effort. So I mentioned that our year had, 11 months since diagnosis, and a little bit before that getting to a diagnosis, so maybe 12, 13 months in total, was crowded with over 100 different interactions with more than 40 different people. And here they are. And I've highlighted at the top some of the key folks, such as the GP, the neurology specialist, the MND nurse who coordinated so much. And I've also highlighted the occupational therapist from the council, who was extremely proactive in getting adaptations to the house, handrails, stairs, and the wet room adaptation, and getting us equipment, frankly, before we were ready for it, which was a little bit emotional, accepting some of this when we weren't quite ready, but it meant that when we needed it, it was all there. So thanks very much to Margaret Roberts for that. So you can see all the other things, and I'm sure I've missed some out, but these are many of the interactions we had to, or we benefited from, I should say, over that time. And as well as meeting with people to get stuff done, there was also a lot of administration and other projects to do, sort of paperwork stuff. So for the cars, you need to tell the DVLA, you need to tell the insurance. M&D Scotland helped with getting a blue badge. Obviously, I spent a lot of time just communicating with people, hundreds of people, friends and family around the world, what was going on. Financial, power of attorney, planning, pensions, and Judy retired, obviously associated with the diagnosis. She was probably going to anyway around this time, but that came together, so that was another big thing. That in itself is a big life event for people. Voice banking, fantastic technology from Speak Unique. So I'm a musician, so I had a lot of fun with the recording. Grant forms for the wet room adaptation. Again, thank you M&D Scotland for the grant for that, and My Name's Doddy for that, as well as council helping with that payment. And then project management for the work scheduling for the wet room adaptation, and then just the physical stuff of moving all the furniture around. Thankfully, I have two sons who are adults and fitter and stronger and taller than I am, so we could do the heavy lifting together. So all of this is going on while the family member suffering from MND is experiencing increasing mobility issues, particularly falls. Judy had several falls, starting almost immediately after diagnosis. And what comes with falls is obviously other injuries and a lot of loss of confidence. So that was a big deal. Speech fades away, cognition. Clearly, one of the earliest signs we recognised were losing, well before diagnosis, was losing some speech, getting a bit cloudy on cognition, and ability to walk was going. This had a big impact on her mental health as well. Thankfully, our GP was on top of that with her. And then choking and breathing is very distressing, and of course that increased as well. In fairness, we did have a good first few months, but then all of these ramped up. So what goes with the diagnosis is a clock that starts ticking. Is very clear. For example, the MND Association down in England and Wales and Northern Ireland has an extremely good infographic that really clarifies simply to people that we don't have much time and a third of people have gone within a year. So it's really important to make the most of the time you do have with the family. We had trips across the UK to see friends and family and make memories, visiting some of Judy's childhood haunts. We had endless visits to the house from our friends. I never want to make another cup of tea again, and I put on several pounds weight due to all the cake that came in. And then we wanted to get out and about to some sporting events. For example, Judy loved horses, so we'd go to racehorsing events. But during this, again, because of the increasing impediments, even simple things like going out for a meal during this year went from a pleasure into, frankly, a very significant risk for her choking and some, pretty serious incidents, for example, when we're on holiday with friends. And even then, on top of all this, thinking about more forms and potential side effects from drug trials and research, I could probably feel a bit much, and certainly for me it did. And that's me speaking as a geeky scientist without any other challenges in our life. So it is challenging, I think, to think about planning research, taking these into account. So hopefully you've got a sense of our fast-paced family journey from diagnosis to death that's been crowded with interactions, impediments and admin. Hopefully you can see the need to make time count with the family and friends and the need for research to be mindful of this. Hopefully you can see also that I'm very grateful for the support we've had. And again, think about people who have other challenges in their life on top of this, or if the support wasn't proactive, or there's a long list for other people where things could be a lot more difficult. And I would just, as a musician, I express my emotions and thoughts through music and song, so I'd just like to leave you with words from Kareem Polwart and Dave Milligan, who released a beautiful album that includes a song called The Path That Winds Before Us, which for me really stresses not just making time count, but when you're dealing with MND, every breath and every step counts. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to Steve and to the whole trio for a very moving contribution. And we're staying with technology, I think, which, as you may have guessed, makes me slightly nervous to welcome. Some of you know that I'm an enormous fan of the Eurovision Song Contest, and so this is the moment when we welcome our European partner. So we're welcoming Diane Gove, who's being beamed into us from Brussels, I think. But I'm very, very pleased to welcome her, who is the Director for Projects at Alzheimer Europe. And so I'll hand over to her.
Sorry, I'm having difficulties linking up to the document. Could you give me some indication as to whether this is on screen, shared screen now? I'm sorry this isn't working. I don't know if you can share my slides, but I can't see when it's live.
Hi Diane, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you look at the chat, because that is how we're the only way we're able to communicate with you.
Yeah, the problem is that when I put my slides on, I can't see whether they're on there or whether I'm actually live to speak or not.
No problem. Are the slides on your screen?
I'll try again, should I? Mm-mm.
Diane, have you pushed the share button?
Yes, but it's not picking up the actual document, which is open on my desktop. I could just give the speech without the slides, but that would be a bit long. Do you want to move to the next speaker? And I could maybe send my slides.
Can you email them to Neil?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
The results of research in action, because we've all been researchers today.
Hi, Diane. Hi.
I'll come back to that.
Hi everyone, thanks. That would safely be my worst nightmare, to be on camera like that in front of a room of everyone. Thanks so much, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to briefly just talk to you about what we did today, why we did it, and what we might do in the future with that information and why it's so useful. You can say I was a physio before doing medicine, so I just couldn't resist the opportunity to measure everyone's walking speed here today. Next conference, it'll be sort of a push-up competition maybe, or we'll do something along those lines. The reason I wanted to measure it is there aren't very good reference ranges for what's a typical walking speed for somebody in Scotland of a certain age group. We tend to break up walking speed by age category and often sex or height, because that affects how fast we walk. So today was just an idea of gathering some of these measurements today, so we can then tell in the future, if compared to others of your age and sex, that if you're a slow walker or a fast walker, and why that might be important. And the reason that might be important is shown in the next slide. So it's about a concept that I'm studying my PhD on, and it's called motoric cognitive risk. So I'm just going to go on and introduce that to you now. So motoric cognitive risk, as the name suggests, combines a motor sign, so walking speed, and a cognitive symptom, so any cognition problem. So next slide there, please, Nick. It's a high-risk state for going on to develop dementia, and the reason it's important to look at high-risk states, well, there's lots of different reasons, and some aren't even on the slide. Some of the most important ones are that participants, or people with dementia and carers of people with dementia, think it's important to identify if they're at high risk of going on to develop dementia. It adds value to their lives. It helps plan. It can also help people address modifiable risk factors, such as lifestyle factors, and it can help with planning for future care, and as well as recruiting to research trials. So this is all motor cognitive risk syndrome is. It's really simply if you have a slow gait speed, and that is slow compared to something, and that's what we were doing today, and if you have a self-reported or subjective cognitive complaint. So that's, I'll talk about that as long as you don't have dementia already or significant functional impairment. So next slide. This is sort of where we envisage it. If you just click again, Neil, so that's the area. So it's preclinical, it's before even MCI, which is mild cognitive impairment. And some of the research has shown that if you look at people who go on to develop dementia and check what was their speed like 10 years before they had any symptoms or signs showing, often they're walking slower. So this is where we kind of envisage it. I should say this is just a graph. Not everyone with this by any means goes on to have MCI and then dementia, not at all. But it's just to kind of envisage where it is. Next slide, please. Crack on there. So it's really clinically relevant because it's really easy to measure. We basically did the longest part with everyone today, and after you signed the consent form, it took about 15 seconds to measure your walking speed. And all I then ask in clinic is, have you noticed any problems with your memory? Any changes to your memory? Has anyone else commented on that? Or trouble concentrating, anything like that? And if you have the two of these and you're compared to your peers slower, well then you're going to have MCR. And the reason it's important is so there's more research coming out that you're at about 3 or 4 times the risk of developing dementia within about 6 or 7 years if you have MCR and you're in your 70s. Equally, you're more risky for falling in the future, and your sort of 5-year mortality is higher. So there's lots of evidence coming out about the prognostic value or the sort of predictive validity of MCR as a tool. But basically, it's something really quick and easy to measure, and it adds a lot of value. Okay. So it's not affected by your education level or your language skills like a lot of the cognitive tests, like the mini mental state exam or the ACE3 exam. It's a good adjunct to these. It shouldn't be replacing anything, but it's something that can be helpful if there's language barriers, or if someone's got different education than the average. It's really suitable in both high and low income countries. It doesn't require any MRI scans, any lumbar punctures, any trained staff really. You saw what we did. I'm definitely not trained, and all we did was measure your walking speed. And it has potential. This is all very early stages, but it's a potential for a screening tool to add to the other screening tools there. Thanks, Neil. Crack on there. So here we are. So this is a table with all the numbers, and this is for as I said, we broke it up into different gender. different sex, so, and different age categories. The second column is just the number of people, the actual number we had. So there's 5 people, say, in the 20 to 29 age group. The speed is in meters per second, so a bit like miles per hour or kilometers per hour. We measured, you say, in meters per second. So the higher that number, the better, actually. And you can see that it actually increases today. So we've got some very fit and fast people as the ages go up, as the age categories go up. And then as we'd expect, when we go on further, there was nobody 80 plus, hence all the NAs at the bottom. So that's the second column there is talking about the meters per second. The standard deviation is a measure of spread of the data. And the reason that's important is because we define slow gait in MCR. If you're classed as a slow walker, if you're 1 standard deviation slower. So all this category is, there is this minus this one. So that tells you if you're slow, and equally if you're 1 plus that, you're considered fast. So that's compared to other participants here today, the numbers are very small, so don't worry where you were. And we didn't tell anyone where they were for that reason. So, but that's how you define slow and fast. And we go on to the next slide, you've got the males. This was all done in the last hour, hence the odd formatting, I apologize. So you can see the numbers here, slightly less males, but the speeds are roughly the same. And then if we jump on to the next one, you'll see them in a graph form. So the females are here, males are beside them, and you can see really, really similar actually, which is not usual. Often we see that across the board. Females are slower, and that's usually because of the height differential. So if you factor in height, it's usually the same. But what's interesting is there is a study that captured this. It's a meta-analysis, and there are 22,000 participants in the meta-analysis, and it's from lots of different countries. So already there's lots of heterogeneity in there, and these would have all different characteristics. But this is the results from the meta-analysis. So I tried to keep the Y scales roughly the same. This is, again, done in the last hour. But when we put the two together, so the next slide is the two, you'll see that we're faster than the vast majority if you look at a meta-analysis. So well done, everyone. I imagine we're a self-selecting, health-conscious crowd here, so maybe that helps explain some of that. And it was quite brisk outside. Maybe we were all wanting to walk fast. So that's roughly where we are today compared to the kind of global. That was a fairly global meta-analysis. Next slide, please. So a little tiny bit on the future avenues of where we hope to go with MCR. These are bullet point by bullet points. We've done it. We've done the first one, although we might want to do it in a bigger population and across outside just one dementia conference. But we've identified a slow gait cutoff. So if we had enough people here, and if we did this enough times, we could then, with confidence, tell a 75-year-old female, yes, you are slower than, you're 1 standard deviation slower than the population in Scotland in general. And if you have a subjective cognitive complaint, you have MCR. It doesn't tell you anything in particular, only that you're in that high group category, that high risk category. Then we'd want to determine what the best cognitive question is. We then want to compare it to other things. It hasn't really been compared all that well, but there are, most of us know about mild cognitive impairment. I think they're quite complementary of each other. They probably shouldn't be replacing each other. And then there's other syndromes as well. And then we wanted to see if it was worthwhile. It's very quick to do. It's very easy. It doesn't cost anything. It's not resource intensive. It was just to see if would it be worthwhile adding to a memory clinic referral, say. And then it'd be interesting to pick apart these things where it's to do with Parkinson's disease or MS or conditions that can affect your walking speed, and where's you'd want to unpick a lot of the interactions there. Equally with depression or neuroticism, where there might be changes in reported subjective or self-reported cognitive issues. And then ultimately we'd want to find out if preventing or counteracting MCR and targeting people in that category, if that reduces the incidence of dementia going forward. We're pretty much winding up, so some take-home points. MCR, motor cognitive risk, is slow walking with a self-reported or subjective cognitive complaint in the absence of dementia. It's been found to be quite useful as a prognostic tool for really important health outcomes in older populations, such as dementia, falls, and increased mortality. You can see how easy it is to do. We did it today. And it could be a useful screen, although I think much more work is needed before we were to be rolling this out anywhere. That's us. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks so much for participating, everyone. My supervisors and funders are there. Tom is in the front row. And yeah, I really appreciated everyone jumping in, and Leslie for being my wingman. There was a lot of Top Gun orientated chat in our email thread, but thanks so much for all the help. Cheers. Were you good to go with Dan's?
Okay, great. Lovely. Well, hopefully, take two, we might be ready for the second keynote presentation from Diane Gove, with slides provided by Neil, I hope.
Okay, should I just start? And I can't see the slides at all. Okay, so the cover slide then. So hello everybody, and I'm very sorry about the issue with the slides. So I'm Diane Gove, and I'm Director for Projects at Alzheimer Europe, which is an umbrella organisation of national Alzheimer associations in Europe and the UK. And many of our national member associations have Alzheimer in their title, but they do actually cover all forms and causes of dementia. I'd like to thank the organisers of this conference for having invited me to talk about how Alzheimer Europe is involving people with dementia in research in the context of public involvement work. The content slide, please. So I'm going to address what about public involvement and Alzheimer Europe's approach to it, which people and groups are involved in Alzheimer Europe's public involvement work, then give you a few examples of the different approaches and topics addressed, and then if there's time to briefly address some of the challenges and the take-home messages. Next slide, please. So public involvement is often defined as research being carried out with or by members of the public rather than to, about, or for them, and drawing on the distinction made by Involve several years ago. So public involvement, is about people being actively involved in research projects and research organisations other than as research participants, so kind of like advising and working alongside researchers, or as Agnes said, working together as a team. And then participation, would be people taking part in a research study as research participants or subjects. And then public engagement is about informing and sharing knowledge about research with the public, kind of creating an interest and awareness throughout the study and afterwards. Next slide, please. Public involvement is not the same as qualitative research, as we're interested in individual and detailed information about what people think and feel about certain issues. We do often borrow approaches and methods that are typically used in qualitative research. However, there's a major difference in that we're not seeking data but rather feedback or input from people living with dementia to share with the researchers. So we're not collecting data to be analysed, and we don't think in terms of representation, but of the kind of the diversity of views and experiences to contribute towards the research process. Next slide, please. So looking now at the goals of public involvement, we focus on two main goals. The first emphasises ethical, social and political concerns. PI is seen as an end in itself, linking involvement to democracy, for example, democratic decision-making, public accountability, legitimisation and transparency, to people having rights, so a right to voice, a right to be involved in research relevant to one's own condition, and to ethical principles of justice and fairness, knowing that patients and the public have been involved in a particular study may increase the trust and confidence of end users in the reported findings, so there's a huge responsibility to do it right. Next slide, please. The second emphasis is on public involvement as a means to an end, linked to attempts to improve the quality, relevance and or utility of research, both from a researcher and user perspective. And it can be considered as instrumental in providing knowledge that might otherwise be missing. People with dementia can highlight issues and ask questions about things that researchers have perhaps not considered, usually drawing on their personal experience and within a non-medical and non-technical frame of reference. However, as mentioned earlier, people with dementia may also have a medical or a research background, or they may have professional experience in an area linked to the topic of interest. Next slide, please. So this slide is about levels and types of involvement. It shouldn't be assumed that everyone is capable of or interested in the same kind or level of involvement. In our PI work, which I'll describe in more detail in a few minutes, we have a group of people who are involved in a fairly wide range of projects over a period of 2 years, and some continue for a further 2 years. But there's always an element of choice about involvement in a particular public involvement related activity. There may be topics that some people do not wish to address, and sometimes people are, on the contrary, particularly interested in the topic of a particular study and would like to do more. Some people are only involved in part of the project because many research projects last for, say, 3 to 5 years. And as facilitators of the overall process, we need to ensure that people, not necessarily the same ones, are involved in a meaningful way at every stage of the research process, and to take measures to promote their well-being throughout. Next slide, please. It's important that we all work together, people with dementia, their supporters and researchers, in a constructive and collaborative manner, as has often been said today. And Alzheimer Europe does not promote the concept of a hierarchy of involvement, whereby some kinds of genuine involvement may come to be seen as more or less valuable than others. So we recognise that people have preferences about public involvement and are more comfortable or interested in some topics, approaches, or degrees of involvement than others. And we're therefore keen to avoid possible judgmental and value-laden reflections about different levels of involvement and implicit power relations. Next slide, please. Whether people are interested in or comfortable with a topic or a particular method of public involvement may be linked to how it's presented and sometimes to certain barriers. We therefore pay a great deal of attention to addressing potential barriers to participation, and as this well-known image depicts, it's important to ensure that we provide approaches and materials which correspond to different people's needs and wishes. And this applies to a whole range of issues, such as how meetings are conducted, the pre-reading materials, different tasks and procedures, the way discussions are moderated, but also travel, accommodation and meals. And we do not promote the need for training, as we feel that it's our responsibility and that of the researchers to render topics and related materials accessible to the people doing the PI work. Next slide, please. So, there might be some cover slides too. This is about early on. Alzheimer Europe relied on advice and involvement from 2 people, namely the late Peter Ashley and James McKillop. And we can't really take much credit for their involvement because they came forward and offered to be involved in our work. And they became members of our expert working groups on legal issues, advance directives, social support, and restrictions of freedom. And it was an ad hoc approach in a way, and we adapted to their needs as we went along. So we agreed with the working groups always to give priority to James and Peter when they wanted to make a point, because if we waited, they might forget. And it was also important to go back to earlier points at any time for everybody, because the discussion can sometimes move on quite quickly. And also to send hard copies of documents for comment by mail and to take feedback in writing. So those were just some of the practical issues, and it was a constant learning experience for us and prepared the way for our future work as well. Next slide, please. This is the one about setting up the European Working Group. So in 2012, we set up the European Working Group of People with Dementia. Members of the group are nominated by a National Alzheimer Association for a 2-year period, which is renewable. And if ever we would have more than 15 nominations, all those who'd been nominated would vote for the 15 people to form the group. But so far this has never happened because it's quite difficult sometimes to involve people with dementia from different countries. And also the conditions for being in the group are to have dementia, but also to be able to follow discussions in English and to speak English, but if necessary with support. There's no age limit, and people with any form of dementia can be members. We have several people now who understand but do not speak English well or confidently, and this makes it a little bit more difficult in terms of moderating and providing support, but at the same time we're keen to be inclusive. So every member of the group has a supporter, and the meetings are normally held every 3 months, spread over 3 days, where we address a lot of public involvement work for different research projects. And the group organises its own symposium for Alzheimer Europe's annual conference. And the group has remained active throughout the coronavirus pandemic, managing to adapt to virtual meetings. And of course, this has come with some challenges, but the group has been really pleased, and so the researchers and everybody involved, that it's been possible to continue. So I'm now going to look at some examples of public involvement work in different European projects. So the slide on providing guidance and support to early career researchers. In the last few years, the European Working Group of People with Dementia has been providing guidance and support to early career researchers who are mainly PhD students. And this has been the case for Induct, Distinct and Myriad, for example. Several members of the working group have shared with us that they find this kind of involvement in research particularly rewarding. They appreciate the opportunity to help students understand the needs, wishes and challenges faced by real people with dementia, to encourage students to ask questions and to feel comfortable interacting with people with dementia, and to share their experience, perspectives and insight with the young researchers in relation to the study design, materials, procedures and outcomes. And there is a mentoring aspect to this involvement, and always a really nice collaborative approach. Often the researchers, some of whom have had very little prior contact with people with dementia, discuss directly or explain shortly after the impact that the public involvement has had on their work, and the people with dementia can see straight away that their involvement was useful and highly valued. Next slide, please. So the group has also provided very useful insight into the use and acceptance of novel approaches in research and in clinical settings. And you can see some examples on this slide, such as real-world evidence, the use of big data, artificial intelligence, and remote monitoring technologies. So for artificial intelligence, we involved people with dementia, their supporters, and also people with mild cognitive impairment in discussions about the use of AI-based dementia risk prediction tools. And we explored together how familiar people were with artificial intelligence, how they felt about it in general, any concerns and expectations they had about the use of such technology in clinical practice, and the potential impact they felt it might have on the patient-doctor relationship. And this all fed into the drafting of recommendations for the development of such tools, and this was very beneficial and of great interest to the researchers developing those tools, who are keen to do so in an ethical manner with input from relevant patient groups and members of the public, as well as clinicians, so that there's a greater likelihood of any tools that they develop being considered trustworthy and acceptable in a clinical context. So next slide, please. So people with dementia often carry out public involvement work in relation to participant-facing materials and procedures, and I think this has been mentioned a few times today as well, such as informed consent forms, participant information sheets, the suitability of research instruments and tools in relation to the physical, psychological, emotional or financial burden of certain research practices and procedures, and instructions, explanations related to tools and procedures. And this is really important input, as it helps to ensure a positive experience of research for people with dementia in terms of their well-being, and helps ensure that the research materials are appropriate and suited to participants' needs, so it can have a positive impact on the recruitment and the retention of research participants in the future for this study. Next slide, please. Another important area of public involvement work is that of providing feedback on ethical and social implications of a particular research project. So not so much on procedural ethics linked to the researchers obtaining the ethics approval that they need, although sometimes members of the European Working Group are asked for their views about certain issues that might be controversial, but rather about the broader social and ethical issues linked to the specific topic, or sharing perspectives on a range of related concepts and societal issues. It's also about motivation to take preventive measures, for example, or privacy, confidentiality and data sharing, or it could be about the promotion of equity, being inclusive, or respect in relation to personhood, dignity and autonomy, about terminology, stigma and vulnerability. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, public involvement work ideally occurs across the whole duration of a research project. So I'd like to show you an example of this from the RADAR AD study. And RADAR-AD stands for Remote Assessment of Disease and Relapse Alzheimer's Disease. And it was all about monitoring technology, remote monitoring technologies. And it was funded by the Innovative Medicines Initiative, and it started in 2019, and it's still ongoing. At the beginning of the project, we involved the full European working group of people with dementia. However, there was so much enthusiasm about this project, and some members of the European Working Group and their supporters asked if it would be possible to have a greater involvement. And this was, of course, welcomed by the researchers, and we established an additional core group for people who were willing to be more heavily involved and at fairly short notice if needed. And later on in the project, we helped coordinate parallel focus group work at national level in the UK and Greece. And the photo that you can see here is from the first meeting of the public involvement group, which was called the Patient Advisory Group in Luxembourg, right at the beginning of the project. And you can see there the research and supporters are also on the photo. And the diagram shows how public involvement is a continuous process consisting of planning, conducting the work, sharing the input with the research partners, feeding back to the people with dementia about how their input was used or not, because that's also a possibility sometimes, but to explain that and to have some additional feedback, and to identify key areas to address. Next slide, please. And here you can see examples of what the European Working Group of People with Dementia worked on in that project. So it was about sharing perspectives on functioning in early Alzheimer's dementia, helping the device selection team to understand benefits and barriers of existing devices and things to consider when selecting the devices for the project, feedback on the protocol of the clinical trial, and on the participant information sheets and consent forms, also about the ethical issues to be considered, input about the vulnerability and stigma in the context of this particular study, and issues related to recruitment and retention. There was also work on feedback to the designers of the games and tests of development for the remote monitoring of functioning in people with dementia. So they tested various games and gave feedback and discussed issues directly with one of the researchers who came to the meetings. And then also there was, we worked on ideas for additional analysis of the research data. And this was the first time that we had addressed this issue with our public involvement work. And we were really quite impressed about the fact that this was an initiative solely from the researchers, and it was very much welcomed, and we found that quite innovative. And then also, just to mention, the approaches that we used were mainly group discussions, interviews, rating and ranking exercises, brainstorming, and the group prepared video clips to help with the recruitment for the study. So I've just got 2 more slides. One is on the challenges, just a few words. It's important to ensure that researchers are on board and on the same page. We need to avoid misunderstandings about, for example, about diversity versus representativity or training, etc. And it's important to strive for clarity, that we're not collecting and analysing research data, ensuring that researchers provide feedback on how public involvement input was used, and as I mentioned earlier, if not, why not. And also a big challenge is the late diagnosis and of people not being informed about their diagnosis. So this means that there's no opportunity to take part in research for some people, and that they're not given that opportunity to fulfill that valuable and essential role in research through public involvement, public engagement, or as research participants. And then finally, just a few take-home messages. Based on our experience of public involvement work with the European Working Group of People with Dementia mainly, there's increasing consensus that public involvement work in research is valuable, but it must be meaningful and not a box-ticking exercise, or, for example, just for funding or for ethics approval. It does need to be carefully planned, organised, monitored and reported and financed, and a good dialogue and respectful communication between researchers and people with dementia and their supporters is essential. We find that there's no unique recipe for successful public involvement, and it's important to be creative and flexible and to listen to the people with dementia who are contributing towards this work and their supporters. And also that people with doing PI work should be acknowledged for their contribution to research, and above all, that public involvement should add real value to the research, but it should also be a very positive experience for everybody involved. And so next slide, just to say thank you. And there's a picture of the people with dementia. I think that's a picture from Berlin, if you can see that. Thank you very much.
So I've no idea if Diane can hear me, but I'll express our thanks nevertheless, because that was a fantastic presentation, and I'm sure you'll agree, worth waiting for. So it falls to me to summarise a little bit about what we've met today. This will only take a few minutes. We will let you get away soon. It's Friday afternoon. I feel we do need to take a moment to pause and just think what a day it's been. I've enjoyed it hugely. I hope that you all have as well. Some of you may know that clinically I've done a bit of training in group therapy and run some therapeutic groups, and I sometimes joke that if I don't know what to say, I sort of sit there and stroke my beard and say slightly gnomically, well, it's all about power, isn't it? And that always goes down well. No matter what anybody's said, it's always an appropriate thing to say. But I think today is all about power as well, actually, isn't it? It's about the inappropriate power disparity there is in healthcare settings at all between the doctor and the patient, which isn't a word we've heard too often today. And I really like Mike's comment that it's about being on an equal footing, and that's really one of the things that we're trying to do, and that the involvement of people with lived experience in research is to try and do is to do what we can to erode that power differential and engage on an equal footing with people who've got different things to contribute, but all of it is valuable. And the other sense of the power as well I'm struck with is what a powerful contribution people with lived experience can have to research. And just because it's uppermost in my mind, thinking about Sivanka's comments about MND Smart and the contributions that came to that, and the finer points of how the trial is being conducted because of asking people with lived experience. Why wouldn't you want that sort of insight that will allow the trial to be more acceptable to the people who are taking part, more feasible to run, and more successful as a trial? So hopefully you were already in favour of this way of working. But if you weren't, hopefully today has won you over and converted you to it. I'm sorry because of timings, we've not actually had any time to ask any questions. As someone running the conference, it's been quite a relief actually, because it's always slightly anxious when you say, has anybody got any questions? And I sort of feel I should ask something intelligent. So I've been spared that particular worry today. But if you have got any questions, hopefully you'll have submitted them to the Slido thing. If not, hopefully you'll have scribbled them on a post-it note. There is still time. Give them to us, and we will do our best to make sure that they're answered in a reasonably coherent and convincing way by somebody who knows what they're talking about, so which we'll circulate in due course. It'll take us a little while to gather those things. And before I hand over to Emma to end with a vote of thanks, just to say again about feedback. You should all have feedback forms in the snazzy bags that you were given at the start. Please tell us what you thought of today. If we missed the mark, if it was awful, let us know. If it was wonderful and we should do everything the same again, tell us, or any combination of the above. So thank you so much for coming today.
My final few words really are just to give a vote of thanks to the people that brought this together. And I think that needs to go to Neil and Paula, who have done a huge amount of work in getting today sorted. So thank you. Thank you. And of course, a big thank you to everybody who took part, all the speakers. You know, this wouldn't be a conference without the speakers, obviously, and everybody who came to listen to what the speakers had to say, and are online. Maybe they're still online, I don't know. But anyway, thank you everybody for coming, and that's the conference closed. So thank you.